Yeah. They said I had no shot, but I walked in with the proof, built on the shoulders of the elders and the wisdom in the books. I gave my thoughts away for years, no price tag on the light. Then they mocked me when I asked for crumbs for time I spent in flight, but I was raised by living gods, my mother and my father. I kissed the brim with reverence, felt my spirit grow much taller. From the lab to the debate hall, I came forged in flame. Every scar became a lesson, every silence held my name. Put some respect on my name. I came too far through the fire and rain. Put some respect on my name. I stood my ground when the pressure came. They can vote, they can judge, they can frame the debate, but I know what I fought for, and I know what I made. Put some respect on my name. Dr. Reggie don't break. He came back to reclaim. Round one, I felt the room shift when the truth hit clean. A 10 to 8 kind of storm, no cushion in between. Round two, I got sharper, every sentence cut precise, devastating with the facts. I laid the blueprint twice. Then round three, I showed mercy because victory was mine. I already held the battle, had my dignity in line. So let the people be the witnesses, let the whole crowd see who the champion is. When the pressure tests belief, I stood tall in the toughest day. I did not fold or bend. Oh, I didn't come to borrow glory, I came to make it endo.
Thanks for the people to come in.
Put some respect on my name. I came too far through the fire and rain. Put some respect on my name. I stood my ground when the pressure came. They can vote, they can judge, they can frame the debate, but I know what I fought for, and I know what I made. Hey, put some respect on my name. Dr. Reggie don't break. He came back to reclaim. No one gave me a shot, so I became the shot. No one held the line for me, so I became what I got. If you ask who the champ is, let the record explain. I walked through the toughest room and left with my name.
That's right, family. That's right, it's me. It's me. Hey, my brother. My brother, I say. I see you, Revelation X.
Yeah.
Dog, my day one. Peace.
Yeah.
Stay ball. Peace.
Yeah. They said I had no shot, but I walked in with the proof, built on the shoulders of the elders and the wisdom in the books. I gave my thoughts away for years, no price tag on the light. Then they mocked me when I asked for crumbs for time I spent in flight, but I was raised by living gods, my mother and my father. I kissed the brim with reverence, felt my spirit grow much taller. From the lab to the debate hall, I came forged in flame. Every scar became a lesson, every silence on my name. Put some respect on my name. I came too far through the fire and rain. Put some respect on my name. I stood my ground when the pressure came. They can vote, they can judge, they can frame the debate, but I know what I fought for, and I know
we're gonna gun them down.
What I made. Put some respect on my name. Dr. Reggie don't break. He came back to reclaim. Round one, I felt the room shift when the truth hit clean. A 10 to 8 kind of storm, no cushion in between. Round two, I got sharper, every sentence cut precise, devastating with the facts. I laid the blueprint twice. Then round three, I showed mercy because victory was mine. I already held the battle. What I made. Put some respect on my name. Dr. Reggie don't break.
Nope.
He came back to reclaim. Round one, I felt the room shift when the truth hit clean. A 10 to 8 kind of storm, no cushion in between. Round two, I got sharper, every sentence cut precise, devastating with the facts. I laid the blueprint twice. Then round three, I showed mercy because victory was mine. I already held the battle, had my dignity in line. So let the people be the witnesses, let the whole crowd see who the champion is. When the pressure tests belief, I stood tall in the toughest day. I did not fold or bend. Oh, I didn't come to borrow glory, I came to make it endo. Put some respect on my name. I came too far through the fire and rain. Put some respect on my name. I stood my ground when the pressure came. They can vote, they can judge, they can frame the debate, but I know what I fought for, and I know what I made. Hey, put some respect on my name. Dr. we don't break. He came back to reclaim. No one gave me a shot, so I became the shot. No one held the line for me, so I became what I got. If you ask who the champ is, let the record explain. I walked through the toughest room and left with my name.
Okay, let's go. Let's get it. Peace to the family. How y'all doing? Let me put up some of the chats. Let's put them up and let's go. Saw this crazy comment. It'd be if Brother Reggie stood on my eye. If it wasn't for Brother Reggie, you probably wouldn't know what was my eye. So we're going to do this show. We're going to clean this up. Shout out to Brother Ashe for doing a show on this, doing a very important show on this. And Ashe killed it, right? I'm just going to dig up the body, lay it out there for the vultures, eat the eyes. And I'm going to just leave it out there. I ain't going to rebury it. Yeah, I ain't going to rebury it. I'm going to leave it out there stinking. Title of the show is what you call is the Apis book. Hap is his name. Is he a neter? Now, this conversation started in just a quick comment with me during a promotion show with you know who. And that person said that the Apis is not a neter, right? Doesn't it? And then there's this whole line that the neters need the neter symbol, and it can't be implied. And then I left it alone. Peace, my brother Harwin. Peace to you. Stand up tall. Keep your head up, right? Don't worry. It's coming. It's coming, right? And so there was a whole bunch of back and forth about whether the a neter has to have a neter symbol. If it don't have a neter symbol, it's not a neter. You're gonna have to stop listening to these people, right? We come to these channels to be educated, and this presentation, I'm not going to take long. It's only going to be about maybe at best 20 minutes. Then we can talk. But you're going to have to stop listening to New Age Kemetics. New Age Kemetics are a group of people, one, that they believe in what they want to believe in. They want to innovate. And the other are people who are supporters and fans of the people that make these statements. And they're not accountable. And tomorrow, I'm coming on Ashe's show, The Rhetoric Frontier, hopefully about 1 o'clock, and we're going to kill some things. I mean, literally kill some things. So go sign up, subscribe to The Rhetoric Frontier. Brother Ashe and Brother Reggie's going to be on. It's Brother Ashe's show, so I got to go by his guidelines, but we're going to bring up some topics that we need to talk about, and we are going to kill it. Some further misunderstandings, but today this misunderstanding is I'm going to teach. Apis, Hap, is a neter, the divine status of the sacred bull in ancient Tawi. Tawi is the two lands that we call Egypt, and I'm calling it religion. See how we're going to do this. Now, the first thing is before we even start, you see the image of the Hep bull, Apis bull, and you see him with a solar disc on, and you see him with a cobra. The minute that you see that, any smart person would immediately say he's a neter, he's divine. But if you've never seen the image, that you can just Google and find this image, then all you do is talk. But the minute that you see a solar disk and a cobra, right then and there, you should know that the image, that this let's say bull is divine. Now, nature is a very, very interesting word. It's fluid. We're going to get to that in a second. But stop listening to these new age Kemetic people who hear something, do a little Google or AI, and then still get it wrong. And then when they're wrong, what they do is they just disappear and create a new subject. So this is km.t versus KEMET. KEMET is the popular name of Kemet that have been hijacked. KM.T is the name that you could find in the lexicon, in the dictionaries. Let's go to this. Okay, introduction. The Apis bull in the meta-nature, Hep, the living Apis, Hep Ankh. Okay, why would they say the living Apis or Ankh, Hep? Hep Ankh, why would they say that? Why would they make it special? Simply because it's a nature. Occupied a paradoxical position. A living animal at Memphis addressed with the with the full vocabulary of divinity. Nature, air quotes, God, and nature, great God. While described as a son, the soul, if they want to use that word, but it's really personality. Ba is really your personality, not your soul, right? And herald, right? With him, a Ptah. Speaker, repeater of Ptah. Sorry about the duplications. It's just that I converted this to a PowerPoint and I didn't check. But you can get through it. A note of caution on the term nature. Nature is not a fixed single meaning term in Kemet, Tawi civilization. It could denote sometimes, as best as we can translate it, a god. It can denote a conventional sense of personified deity, right? Divine, B, as an adjective of quality without implying a discrete personality. Or C, nature could be existence itself, a manifestation of being worthy of veneration and discourse, independent of God, which risk importing Greco-Roman Abrahamic assumptions. Apis divinity may be better understood as a manifestation of nature as sacred existence channeled through Ptah, rather than a god in the fixed singular sense. Again, I'm just going to kill it real quick. Direct titling as a nature. The Serapion Stela open offering formula names Apis Osiris, the great god, nature Ah. So right then and there, that finishes it. Placing the bull alongside Usir, Inpu, and Imhotep. A demotic Serapion text invokes Apis, Usir, who reigns over the West, master of eternity, king of gods. The Nectanambu stela refers to deceased bull simply as the god, narrating his death as divine. I see Brother sa.neter. Peace, Brother sa.neter. How you doing?
Peace, Dr. Reg. I'm not here to mess up your show. Continue, brother. I was just...
Okay. No,
you know who you was. I thought you was Ankh or somebody. Go ahead, brother.
No, good. My brother. Okay, so if you want to read the meta-nature, all right, So here we got usir, right? And over here we have hep. And then we have sa, right? The sa is important. I'll talk about it later. But hep is the son of someone, not usir, but he's the son of someone. Interesting. So then we have the Medu-Neter, Hotep Dinos Sud, right? The Inca Ek, right? Osir. So the ka belonging to Osir. Then we have Hep, Sa. And then we have Hor, Neter A. So right then and there, for anybody who reads the Medu-Neter, Hep, Apis, Happy Ankh, is written as Hor, the Neter A in the same sentence. Who gives, RDF, who gives, and then he gives. This seems to be the funerary offerings that he gives, the ka of, right? And then this, I didn't translate this myself, so I didn't finish it. But this kebes, this is a pool. Kebes, I'm going to have to look it up, right? Who is the son of, right? This is a sa.f, right? And then there's another RD, the RD to give, and then it's the royal under, I can't read this, but we do have the who makes, and then it says the house of Usir. Oh no, the house of a set, right? And then we have some more royal inscriptions. But the more important part of it is, in fact, that this gives us an indication that the Happy Ankh is divine because he's written as divine under the Hor Beadet, and that he's related in a sense to Usir, right? He's combined Usir Hep, right? And so he becomes later Serapis. Stop listening to these KEMET people who wrap themselves around the banner of KM.T, right? Who don't read any of the Medu-Neter. Okay. So let's go to the next page. So right then and there, he's already a Neter. In iconography, okay, we're going to find out who he is the son of. Divine genealogy, son and Ba of Ptah. Who's in the chat? This has so many other topics. I can do any topic I want, but I am cleaning up something that's in the algorithms that need to be cleaned up, that the Happy Ankh, Hep, is not a Neter. You can see your way out. I'll let you live, but you're irrelevant because you don't do any presentations. You're irrelevant. I just want to let these people know who don't teach that you're irrelevant when you make comments in ignorance. Simple as that. 19th dynasty. If you could do a presentation better than me, sa.neter would love to have you on the big screen. He would love to have you on the big screen. But you're not here. I'm here. And I got to do some house cleaning on these pseudos. So I'm going to borrow what Ankh says, right? Right? When you see a pseudo, right, we are gunning for you. Pseudos come around, right? We gunning you. 19th dynasty. Apis called Ptah's living son and intermediary. The source. Oh, y'all like page numbers now. All of a sudden, all we used to have to do is get the source of the book, right? Get the book and read the book. But all of a sudden, when it comes to my work, right, it's not acceptable if it don't have a page number on it. No other debate but my debate. Because you can't win with the source. You got to try to win on technicality. But Apis is called Ptah's living son and intermediary. A shade that finishes it. So now we know that the Hapy Ankh is Ptah's, or called Ptah's living son. Ptah's living son is a bull, cattle. That's interesting. That shows the relationship between humans or divine cattle or neter or watch and humans and divine cattle. Rare expression. Ptah's glorious Ba, who is close to thee. Ptah's Ba is related to the Hapy Ankh. The 25th dynasty, the Hapy Ankh styled the second Ptah, implying two related but distinct divine beings. That makes him a neter. All three of these things make the Hapy Ankh Hep a neter. Kinship and ensoulment language, son, Ba, second, is theological significant. Egyptian religious grammar reserves such terms for entities considered divine, even when derivatives of a senior nature. We call that manifestation. Those people who said that Hapy Ankh Hep was not a neter because it does not have a neter sign, is ignorant of the Medu neter. I can't make it even more clearer than that. Pseudos come around, shout out to Ankh, we gunning them down. The problem with that is that they are misinforming our fragile community. Our community that just simply want to learn and see the facts. Shout out to Brother La. Simple. Want to know the facts. Give us some information that's going to help us know that something that the author is saying is true. Something that we can source, some fact. I don't want to believe, and you don't want to believe in some personality. We've been fooled by personalities. Simple. You could go to Otto Sandman Homburg, 1946, page 197. If you want me to, I will show it to you at the end of the presentation. That the Hapy Ankh is called Ptah's living son. If he's called Ptah's living son, then he's directly related to Ptah, and he's a neter. But we have to be cautious about being a neter because all things classified in the Medu neter are neters, but there are more important neters. And those more important neters, the people of the land talked about them more. Made them more important. That's all. Next slide. The Wehem Herald is not an identity, right? The Hapy Ankh carried the title Wehem Herald, one who repeats in relationship to Ptah. a title rooted in Old Kingdom court offices, the Royal Herald Nimi, 6th dynasty. What does this mean? It means that the Happy Ankh had a job. He was an administrator as a neter, and that's what Wahem means. One who repeats, it's a title. As a human herald carried positions to the king, divine heralds like the Happy Ankh carried petitions to the neter and relayed answers by oracle behavior. So one neter carried messages to more important neters, and then those more important neters carried messages to their intermediary, which is in this case the Happy Ankh, but there are other neter intermediaries, and then those messages was carried to the Ramesh, which are humans. A herald is by definition distinct from the one on whose behalf the speaks. Direct internal evidence the Happy Ankh was not identical with Ptah, yet fully divine as intermediary.
Excuse me, Dr. Reggie.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Please forgive me for interrupting your powerful presentation, but I've been calling you and you ain't been calling me back. I called you like 3 days in a row because I have a message for you. And the message is from Elder Yara, Black Sage. He said to tell Reggie that the love affair is over.
Mm-hmm.
Between you and him, the love affair is over. Mm-hmm. Meaning, you know, y'all was cool during the debate with you and Jabari, but he said the love affair is over. He got to get back to doing what he's been doing. And he want to have a conversation with you. And he told me to tell you that the topic is dietary law. Because I guess he didn't like what you said when he was live, when y'all was talking about the diets and stuff, about the Hebrews. So I just want you to know that he's coming for you.
Yeah, Yara's cool. The dietary law.
When can we make this happen? We don't need weeks to do it, man. Y'all got this.
We don't need weeks, but
how about this Sunday?
Sunday I'm playing I have 2 sets. I'm playing DJ Theodore and them. I think I'm doing that on Sunday.
Okay.
On Monday.
Okay, on Monday we could look over it on Monday.
Yeah, but I'm not an expert on Hebrew dietary law. So
well, he was saying you act like you was when you was going up against him.
Well, they don't got a term for oysters.
Right.
That was a small thing. Show me. I know there's a Hebrew word for shellfish, but they're not ocean people. The Hebrew are not ocean people.
True.
So how do they know all the animals in the ocean?
They bug people. They bugs.
Yeah. So I don't.
Yeah, they eat bugs and stuff. like grasshoppers, crickets.
Okay, chickens do that. I'm pretty sure cows do that. Goats do that. I'm pretty sure that they eat things that's in the ground. What's the big deal?
I don't know. I just got the call. He woke me up in the morning. He said, "Tell Reggie that the love affair is over."
Okay, that's fine.
So I don't back to going in.
I don't care too much for the love affair type of language, but he could always talk to Morpheus. Why is he single me out?
I don't know. That's something you're gonna have to talk to him about.
Okay.
Hopefully he'll probably come up after your question and answers. But anyway, let me let you go, brother.
Yeah, but you know what, sa.neter, they thought that Brother Reggie was weak, right? Yeah. They just thought that I was a teacher behind the screen, right? And you were selling tickets to the rewatch, right?
Right.
Okay, good. Then they're going to see the other side of Brother Reggie.
Right.
Brother Reggie is formidable. He is not weak. right?
No, he's not.
So,
all right,
so,
but let me let you know, Reggie, you're doing great, man. I don't want to mess the show up.
my brother. Oh, and family, my Cash App do work. If you want to call it Cash App or whatever, it does work. So let me go and find it and put it up there. Shout out to Amira McCarthy always for supporting the channel. Let's see. And let me just get back to it. Okay, so while I'm looking for this, thank you all to Suntan. Okay, we can automatically, or we should see right now that the Happy Ankh bull is separate than Ptah. So the Happy Ankh is not Ptah. It's a manifestation of Ptah, sometimes called the son of Ptah. It is separate and it has its own job, which is to be a Wihim, a repeater. You should go to Ashay's channel, right? Rhetoric Frontier, and see the full discussion where he broke down how a bull is chosen and how it becomes a Happy Ankh, right? You should go and you should watch that. That was a very important show. But when pseudos come around, we gotta gun them down. Uncle Keck said that. So we have a group of people in our community with Kemetic names, and those are the worst. Kemetic names that don't know the meta-nature, right? That come in here and where they should just simply be asking questions, they come with assumptions. So let's go on to the next slide. Bronze statue of the Happy Ankh is a striding bull, sun disk, and Uraeus between his horns. So if you've ever seen this image right here, right? These images right here with the sun disk on his head, then this is not normal for a bull, and this is not a costume. So then your mind should trigger that maybe this animal is important. Maybe it's really important, like the Kepler beetle, and it becomes a neter. But if you're around and want to fool our audience, you're going to just say that this is Ptah. And you would be wrong. It would be embarrassing wrong if you was talking to someone important. They would probably say, excuse me, my friend is here, and leave you standing, because it'll show you how ignorant that you are. And we don't want our people to be ignorant. We really encourage, that's why we teach, so that you won't be ignorant. But then you got people who want a name in this game, who want to challenge the best of the best, right? And want to try to get short wins to make a name for themselves. But you can't go far with them. Let's move on. So I think in this point, I've already made my point. Just that quick. But let's go on. Introducing to his father, Ptah. Stela of Pensenhor in the Louvre, 22nd dynasty. Okay, the 22nd dynasty is not late Ptolemaic. It says this god was introduced to his father Ptah in the year 12 of King Shoshenq V. So Shoshenq is Libyan, African Libyan still, right? In this passage, it says that Happy Ankh was introduced to his father Ptah. So anybody that says that the Happy Ankh is Ptah is ignorant. Didn't look it up, didn't look up any text. They done. A Serapion Stella reign of Samtek 664 BC. So that's what you call late. Went forth the majesty of Happy, the living sun, to heaven. This god was conducted in peace with the beautiful West. So there's a Serapion stela in the late period that he's a living sun, right? So what we have here is understanding that this Happy Ankh is being not, let's say, adorned. That's a better word than prayer. Let's say celebrated. Let's say adored, admired. Let's say that instead of getting into the Abrahamic traditions. Let's just say that. And how can I say, let me just say, here you have Usir, Hep. Usir Hep, he is the chief of the West. So when you see a pseudo talking about Kemet and there's sa.neter on it, why don't y'all just ask the pseudos instead of believing them to read what they can read, right? Instead of just believing what they say, right? Clearly over here, right? I think this is the house of Ptah, right? Pth, right? And then you see Usir's connected, and I think this is the Akbar. I got a call from Super Wavy. 1 second. Super Wavy, what's going on? You live? What's up? Okay, well, I'm doing a live right now, so I'm doing a live show on sa.neter. So when I get through, maybe I'll pop through. All right, no question. No my brother. Okay, so I got good people like Super Wavy. I got other people that, you know, they want, if Brother Reggie can come on his show, because I give my information freely and I give it accurately. But you want to listen to the pseudos. The pseudos you don't see on other shows. You see them promoted. Anyway, okay, so what else do I want to read? Some of this is pretty much, how can I say, duplicate, except for there's a king name, but there's this over here. So Pasemtek over here. So this is the king that they was talking about in the Serapion stela. So I'm pretty sure that they're talking about this right over here. And over here, so they're giving me the primary, Samtek, right? And it says over here, in the year of, right? It's also, it says in the year of, we're not going to do the math. And then we're going to see the Hotep Dinar Sud again to Asir, who's the chief of the West. And then we're going to see gives his offering to the Ka of, in Ka of, and I guess it's to the king. And then it says something like the house of Ptah, right? And then the house of Ptah, and then it's the eye of Osir, but then we have something like the son of Pet, the son of Pet, right? Okay, and so when the pseudos come around, gun them down, ask them to read the sa.neter. If they can't read any sa.neter, right, tell them to have a nice day. You might not like that. You might believe, oh, they can read one word. Oh, that don't do it, right? That don't do it. Reading one word. Oh, he read a word, one word. He can read the sa.neter. BS. Okay, physical markings as divine selections. Classical sources, Herodotus, when they say classical, is always Greek, describe black coloring, a white triangular forehead mark, an eagle-shaped back mark, doubled tail hairs, and a scarab marked under the tongue. So when they are looking for, after a Happy Ankh dies, then a search goes for his new manifestation. So he's kind of resurrected under a new bull, and there is a kingdom-wide search for markings to find the new Happy Ankh. Priests rejected any candidate with even one stray non-black hair. That's what Herodotus says. Uniform blackness as a ritual purity criterion. A limestone fragment from the tomb of Hemeka, First Dynasty, already shows Apis markings. The identification system predates the herald title by centuries. So the Wahem is already predated from the tomb of Hemeka, First Dynasty. They've already been talking about looking for the markings of the son of Ptah, the living son of Ptah. And how they could find them is based on tail, markings on the tongue, right? Markings on the forehead. And then through that, they still wasn't sure. So then they had to go through, they created a ceremony. It's their ceremony. Who am I to talk about their ceremony? My job is only to research their ceremony, right? Ashay's job is only to research. King Jay's job is to only research. But we got these people who are talking like they was really there, like there's some esoterical knowledge that they get from what? The records, the Kassia records, that they get in dreams, that they could undo what the ancients actually said. Yo, you got to miss me with that. I'm sorry to my academic audience on my page, but I have to address it in this particular way to a very fragile audience who likes to follow makeup artists, who are on these platforms, who have been, who they say the craziest things. One thing is, Happy Ankh is not a neter because it doesn't have the neter symbol. Then what did they say last night? That was bananas. Somebody else is not a, something else is not a neter. Oh, wow. They said a pep is not a neter. Okay, so when we show it, I don't even think if we show it, it's enough. But tonight, what I'm doing is I'm showing real quickly that the Happy Ankh is a neter. They never have to show where they get their information from. But watch this. When they Google something or AI something, right, what they tried to do is, without further understanding, say, see? But the fact of the matter is, with AI, garbage in, garbage out. Garbage in, garbage out. Don't ask the right questions. AI, Google is going to treat you like a novice. But if you write the answer, if you write the correct, let's say parse the correct prompt, the correct query, you're going to get a better result. They don't know enough to ask what the right answer should be. They don't know enough. Sorry to my academic audience. 6, independent cultic infrastructure. The Happy Ankh had its own dedicated institution, the Palace of Installation of the Living Apis. It's called the Hawat Shechem int hep Ankh, also attested in the Rosetta Memphis decree. The Serapeum of Saqqara, an underground necropolis exclusively for successive Hapy Ankh bulls, developed over more than a millennium, rivals royal mortuary complexes in scale. What it's saying is that the Serapeum rivals almost all king tombs in scale. I got to make a note of that so that we could actually show a picture of that. The Hapy Ankh was so important that they cataloged them, and that their tombs rivaled almost all found tombs of kings in the Nile Valley. Dedicated priestly titles such as Overseer of the Black Cattle. Oh, the Hapy Ankh is related to the Kemet. Let me say that again. Dedicated priestly titles such as Overseer of the Black Cattle, the Emir Kemet, reflects a distinct temple bureaucracy for the bull's court. Oh, did y'all know that the Serapeum is called the Kemet? Oh, you didn't know that the burial place of the black bulls was called Kemet? Y'all didn't know that, did y'all? Did y'all know that? Press 1. Shout out to Born Dog, what are you talking about? Shout out to Dr. Daniel LaRoche. Dr. Daniel LaRoche has a new project, family. It's on my message, but maybe when I put up the link, Dr. Daniel LaRoche can come and show you his new project, which is a really nice, fantastic piece of Imhotep. And it's very beautiful, and that you should have it in your homes as to kind of, and certainly for your kids, to see a grandmaster teacher, Imhotep, who also was a Neter, right? I heard somebody say Imhotep is one exception to the rule, and y'all believe that. Every human that went to the afterlife with the Purdom Heru became divine within as they joined with Asar. Every one of them, every single person who passed away, who was funeralized with the Purdom Heru, became an Asar. Once you become an Asar, you become divine. You was already a Neter. Now you become a more important Neter because you're an ancestor. Stop listening to these people. They don't make sense. They contradict themselves. Every human being that passed away and was funeralized with the Purdom Heru joined with Asar, and they became divine. Those humans were already Neters. They just then became more important ancestral Neters. Maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow on Ashe Show, on the Rhetoric Frontier. Okay. Apis is a psychopomp, kind of a theme in importance, right? How can I say something? A tradition. Funerary iconography shows the Hapy Ankh carrying the mummified deceased on his back toward the afterlife, a role paralleling his identity as Usir Hep, master of eternity. This function as a divine conveyor of the dead reinforces the Hapy Ankh's independent religious agency. He is not simply standing for Ptah, but standing for Ptah, but an active neter mediating between the living, the dead, and the divine realm. Not only is the Hapy Ankh a repeater, he brings the deceased to Usir. And here you see him with the sun disk and the Uraeus, and he's transporting the deceased to the afterlife. This function of transporting the deceased to the afterlife also makes him a neter, a more important neter. Stop listening to these pseudos with bad, incomplete information who only want to come back and try to disassemble scholarship with their ideas, their modern day ideas about what they think about Nile Valley culture. It's what they think about, but they haven't read enough. They haven't thought about these things enough. They don't know the language enough. I know that you think that Brother Reggie, right, is hating. I know you've said nasty things about your Brother Reggie. You don't like Brother Reggie. You don't like Brother Reggie because he doesn't like a particular persons or persons. Not one person, but persons. Brother Reggie is formidable. Brother Reggie got time in this game. He got 40 years in this game. He saw a lot of them grow up. Right? He knows the people. He knows their names. Right? An important person that I am debated, his elder is Heru Ankh Ra, right? sa.neter. Heru Ankh Ra, Heru Ankh, Ankh Ra, sa.neter. The say means son of Ptah. Someone's teacher's name was son of Ptah, like he was a herald, like he was an oracle, right? Like he was a repeater, like he was a neter. Oh, but we know that neters are not actual. So the people in the chat who are hating on my presentation can never, ever clear this up. They just don't know enough. But what they can do is spend their time hating instead of educating. I'm educating. So our ancestor, Baba Heru, Ankh Ra Samaj, sa.neter, was the son of Ptah. That makes him now an Asar, and because he's a Nile Valley thinker, a neter. But we know from someone else that neters are not, the neters are real. They're just not literal, and they're not actual. I believe that Baba Heru Samaj, sa.neter, was very real, very actual, as a neter, right? And now as an ancestral neter. I believe that. I think the text says that humans, when they become an Asar, right, become more important neters. And I think that he was actual. Hey, yo, family, make that make sense. Hey, say tomorrow, man, get better, man, because tomorrow we're going to deal with all the neters actual. We already dealt with whether or not they were literal. I had a debate with that, right? They're more than symbols, right? They begin as literal, Why? It's simple. Neter is a manifestation of the language. Neter is a triliteral based on uniliterals. Can somebody tell these people that the language itself says that the elements, the logograms, the ideograms, the phonetics, the signs that are phonetics are literal? And so just by simply, the neter is just a word of literal signs. It is a triliteral. So if neter is a triliteral, for some of you slow gases, just by the grammar, wouldn't you understand that a neter is literal because it's composed of uniliterals? I mean, okay, it might seem like it's calculus, but it's really built on fundamental blocks. Every uniliteral is a sign, not a symbol per se, but a sign that has a phonetic value, a sound. And that makes it literal. Then when that, and it has a meaning. Every sound has a meaning. Every sign has a meaning. That makes it literal. We don't have to play stupid semantic games, because if you're with someone who knows the meta neter and you start talking like that, they'll walk away from you. They'll say, listen, take a meta neter class. Come back to me. Or I don't talk to people who don't know the language. That's a better response. Why is Brother Reggie talking to people who don't know the daggone language? Does it make sense, family, for us to continue talking to people, and I don't care if they're the highest priest, if they don't have demonstration of the language? Not that I can read some, oh, here's a word, right? No, it don't work like that. That's scamming. Neter is a triliteral. Look it up, family. If it's a triliteral, it was born literal. If it was born literal, how could you make it something else? I'm not here to re-argue a debate. I'm not here. I'm here to educate you on aspects of the debate. I'm not going to go through a microscope to people who didn't watch the debate. sa.neter is going to put up a rewatch so you could pay for the debate and watch it. But for 10,000 people to watch a debate, to watch someone examine a debate, and you didn't see it for yourselves, you got to be silly if you made up your mind. That's just not how it works. Kings worshiping the Happy Ankh. Royal statuary and reliefs depict Norsuts kneeling in veneration, respect for the Happy Ankh bull. An act of praise, you might want to call it worship, normally reserved for, I should have said, full deities, but what I should have said, what I should have said was not full deities, but more important, neters. Such depictions of kingly submission before the Happy Ankh provide iconographic confirmation that whatever his relationship to Ptah, the Happy Ankh received cultic worship in his own right as a living neter. Ashe, I think that conversation is over. Hey, yo, King J, shout out to my brother King J. Shout out to Harwin. Shout out to Asan Khan. Definitely shout out to Smash Rockwell. Please disregard what those other people said, right? Please, I'm here to teach what they call him, Uncle Jose Francis. I'm here to teach him. I'm not here to compete with no Uncle Jose Francis. I'm here to teach him. He said that then, what did he say? The netters are not literal. I'm here to teach him. Sometimes the teaching has got to be hard. But there's a record, family, of what I'm doing, because at some point, people are going to draw the line on one side of all the people who said that the neters were not literal. And then those people have to eat the fact that also the neters are not actual. You're going to have to eat that. And then you have to go down in history. And so one day when you're speaking and talking, someone's going to bring it back up. Your name is on a list. You was one of those people that said the neters weren't actual. It's not good enough for you to say, oh, I made a mistake. No. You are on the traitor side. You're on the traitor list. That means you got to do extra effort to fix the damage that you did to African minds in your ignorance. You go on they're not, the Hapy Ankh is not literal. The Hapy Ankh, I think we know by the Serapeum that they were actual. We know now that he's a neter. You go on the misinforming African list because you want to be wrong and strong. And you were ignorant. That's how I'm giving it up. You go on an ignorant list. You go on a list of not worth listening to at this time. Zion Lex could read the Meta Neter better than some of you on that side. And actually inform people on the Meta Neter better than some of these people with Kemetic names. That's how I'm giving it up. Because you know what? You did damage to African minds. And you're on this train of, instead of dealing with what Brother Reggie was trying to teach you softly and quietly, right? You decided to join a train in the wrong direction going over a cliff. And you have to ask yourself, why? Did you do it because you don't like Brother Reggie? Did you do it because some attribute that you think of Brother Reggie? Or did you do it because you actually researched the topic? Were you just a fan? Were you dating somebody? Grown men are dating men. That's how I'm giving it up. They're in love, so they don't even check. I feel sorry for our women. Dating men that date other men. I thought we went through this with young Pharaoh, with Nature Boy, with Polite, with Uma Johnson. I thought we had enough evidence to fix ourselves simply by looking and researching. No, but what we do is we dress, we put on a dress, call it Kemet, Kemet, and we dance around with it. I'm talking about men. We got men over here that paint their nails and then come over here and got a rationale or reason for painting their nails. We got men that grow long nails. I was shocked when I seen that picture of young Pharaoh. He's a grown man. How does he go to the bathroom with them nails? That's how I'm giving it up, family. Comparative evidence, Serapis. The Greco, and I'm saying Serapis because the Greco-Egyptian fusion of Usir with the Hapy Ankh formed Serapis. Wazir Hep was worshipped across Hellenistic and Roman Mediterranean with his own temples, priesthoods, and iconography, entirely separated from Ptah worship. This would not have been possible had the Hapy Ankh been merely an epithet or a manifestation like an independent theological substance. What I'm saying is even the Europeans, the Greeks and the Romans, saw the Hapy Ankh as a nature, refashioned him as Serapis, worshipped him without you or controlling African people, right? Independent of you, but made that Serapis holy, worshipped, real, literal, and actual, and not a force and not an energy controlling how the universe works, but actual. So if the Hellenistic world, meaning the Greeks and the Romans, worshipped him as a nature, didn't you bother to look that up to see what Serapis actually means before you say that the Hapy Ankh Hep is not a nature? Did you bother to look it up? Or you were in love with your favorite YouTuber? I'm not your elder. Don't call me elder. I'm Brother Reggie. I'm a teacher. I was taught by great teachers that you could see me with. I'm an educator, right? I try to give you the facts, if not the truth. I don't like makeup artists. I don't like people that just wear fancy clothes for no reason whatsoever. I don't like people who don't know the sa.neter, who carry 1 feet to 2 feet Ankhs. I respect a lot of teachers in the Nile Valley, right? I respect it if they show what they teach in the sa.neter. So I respect Infidisi Jehunamas, because he'll show you in the sa.neter faster than he will show it to you in English. I respect Asar and Ka, right? I respect. Then there are teachers who are in the tradition who basically don't teach publicly if you don't know the sa.neter. They say, I don't like all shrines. That's not true. The Shrine of Anu, I never had a problem with. The Shrine of Anu, they have sa.neter teachers. They actually have sa.neter teachers. Sunjeti Ankh Ra is part of the Shrine of Anu, and he is accurate. If I have a problem with something that they say, I will politely say, let's see it in the sa.neter. So whatever that person said about me, about, no, I wasn't talking about everybody. I was just talking about what he does. Not everybody, but he wanted to be, remember, he's the high priest, that person. So he's higher than all of them. No, if I have a criticism with a particular innovation, I will question it in the sa.neter. It should be an inquiry. It doesn't have to turn out to be anything else than that. Right? If I want to ask you, where's the textual correlation for it, that should be fine. If I want to ask you if it's an innovation of yours, that should be fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's go here. Conclusion. I think I left something out. Did I? Yeah. Let me see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, conclusion. The direct application of neter and neter in the Serapian inscriptions, right? Happy Ankh's description is Ptah, son and Ba, his Wahem, right? So it's Ptah's Wahem, right? Title implying a distinct communicative intermediary, formal installation language, naming him this god, sa.neter, an elaborate marking system rooted in the first dynasty, dedicated cultic architecture and priesthood, and its capacity to anchor the independent cult of Serapis together constitutes substantial evidence that the Happy Ankh Hep is a neter. Ancient Egyptian religious thought regarded Apis or Happy Ankh as neter, understood in its fluid Kemetic sense as God, divine quality, or manifestation of sacred existence in his own right, divine, but theologically distinct from Ptah. So let's look at some evidence. These are all the ways in which we see the Happy Ankh. The Happy Ankh here is still, it says divinity from the TLA, but it's a cattle. Divinity here, it's a falcon. Divinity here, and it's the son of. Divinity here, he has a sun disk. Divinity here as relating to those other, and then it's just different other correlations. But the Happy Ankh is divine. Here's the Happy Ankh here. Sometimes he's called the Hapu. He's a cattle, and he's also divine, right? So in the simple fact that the falcon is here, in the Old Kingdom, the falcon and the neter symbol that you seem to think dissolves this, right, is used depending on the scribe or the particular temple tradition. Okay, so in the pyramid, Khufu Khafra Menkaura, in that Old Kingdom tomb inscription, there's a tomb inscription, and it says that the Hab Heb Em Neteri. So basically, the Apis is a neter. It's in the TLA. It's right there for you. Right? Simple, right there. Right? here in the, what period is the pyramid text, pyramid, right? We're going to see here, here he goes right here, the Hap. And what is the translation of this? Oh, I did not translate it. So I'm going to have to go to the, to get the actual translation, but it's basically saying that, uh, that, that they are, lassoing, I see this word, lassoing the Hep, right? And this is in Winnis right here, right? This is Winnis, and he is the head. And this is old. I am, believe it or not, I'm not an expert in Old Kingdom. Old Kingdom Medu Neter is a little bit different because it doesn't have determinatives. So I don't want to make any mistakes, so I'm going to get the translation. But I could really clearly see that they are capturing in the roughly 6th dynasty, they are capturing the Apis. And that's important because it is attested, the Apis is not attested only in the late period, but in the Old Kingdom, in the early dynasties, and then later in the pyramid text of Winnis in slightly later dynasty. So, okay, there's my references. Okay, so thank you. All right, so let's see what's going on. And I should go to the, before I do anything, I should go to the TLA. So let me just go to the TLA. Oh, let's just do this first. Sorry. So if you want to read a book, you could read, let's see if I can bring this to the stage. Let's check the StreamYard. So let's go and let's go to the front of this. If you want to read and not listen to the pseudos, if you want to read, you could go to this book right here, and it should just finish it for you. If you want not a primary, but a good source, go to the book, The God Ptah. You can learn everything about the Neter Ptah. I hope he's a Neter. I hope he's actual. I hope he's literal. Hope he's real. And if I wanted to search, I'm gonna see, I can search, and in here the author talks about, okay, okay, so let's get some things with the Apis, who is the son of Ptah. Let's go. Because kings are called, believe it or not, all of this exception to the rule. Well, Pepi is the son of Ptah. Brother Samaj is the son of Ptah. If you're a son of Ptah, you're a Neter, right? That's equivalence, right? That makes sense. So let's go to Apis. Where, okay. There is, okay, sorry. Where you can see the author saying that the Hapy Ankh is the son of Ptah. So if he's the son of Ptah, why don't we just correlate it to the biblical, right? You say that Jesus is a God, but you also say he's the son of God. You also say that they are one. Well, if you could believe that in Christianity, then why do you have such a difficult time understanding that in Nile Valley culture that came earlier? Why do you have such an understanding? Why is it? Oh, I know why. Because you hate Kemet. you really hate Kemet. You really need people to muddy the waters. You need agents to muddy the waters of Kemet because KM.T has been winning. It has been winning. So now you need people inside, and the best way is to have them use the same language and come in and then say, that's not right. Here goes right here. Okay. Otto points out, which was cited, a way of writing the name of Hapy Ankh, Apis, which was, oh, okay, so let's go here. Let's just bring this up. So let's bring this over here. Let's just end this nasty argument. Otto points a way of writing the name of Apis, which was specifically used during the 19th dynasty, namely, here he goes, right? Apis Ptah's living son. So here it goes right here. Apis, right? Ptah's living son. Thus, okay, so let me just pull this up. So let's just kill him. So here it is. Apis, the Hapy Ankh, is Ptah's living son. Sa. That's why we have it, the sa right here, because it's an abbreviation for Ptah's living son. So they write it as Hapy Ankh, right? Hapy Ankh. And then you see you see the sa, and the sa, when you only see it like this, is abbreviated because this is the full description. That when you see Hep and Sa and Ankh, then you know that that's Ptah's living son. So there's the primary, or not the primary, but the let's say an autograph that helps you understand. Otto believes that this idea originated in the following ways: the sign, not the symbol, because in the Meta-Neter they use the word sign. They don't use the word symbol. Only in the Kemetic world they use symbols. But the sign, this is a sign, was sometimes used as a determinative for the word Hep, which is Apis, but signified when following by a stroke the sun. This fact offered possibility of a new interpretation in relationship between Ptah, Hapy Ankh, and the Hapy Ankh was declared to be the son of Ptah. Okay, I think that lesson is over. I think the lesson is over. So let me just stop. And let's just stop this for a second. Stop sharing. Okay. If you like the show, there's my Cash App. If you like the show, my brother Reggie's Cash App. Yeah, Dollar Reggie, there it goes. If you like the sources that I bought, there's my Cash App. If you like the fact that I gunned down the pseudos, shout out to Ankh for that phrase. That's Ankh's phrase. I appreciate it. Y'all think my information is free? It is. But some of you appreciate it because you can actually use it because of the sources. All of a sudden, I find out that Brother Reggie doesn't source. That's crazy. Oh, Brother Reggie doesn't source right. That's crazy. Y'all let that happen? Yeah, y'all let that happen. But that doesn't work against me, right? Because Brother Reggie has written papers. Uh-huh. So if you don't have a written paper, uh-huh, uh-huh, before AI, which I do on the subject, right? Then I don't know what you're talking about. You can hate me, right? But there's a lot of people who learn that love Brother Reggie because Brother Reggie helped put on Kemet on trial. Now I have to put on KM.T on trial against the KEMET pseudos. How you like that? And who do I want on KM.T on trial against the pseudos? I want all sa.neter readers, right? I doubt that Smash will come out in retirement, but Smash will be a number one. I would like Harwin. I would like Asan Ka. I would like King J. And who won't be on my side, who would be on the other side, would be Jose Francis. Yeah, Jose Francis is on the other side, right? Shoot. uh, man, I would even put on my side some Hebrews and Christians and Israelites on my side against. So I would put Yara. I'll put Yara on my side. Shoot, I would even put Pastor Bennett, Captain Cesarak on my side, even though they don't care nothing about Kemet. But one thing they do understand is that there are pseudos in the Kemet, Kemet tradition. They need to shut their mouths. Right? They know that, right? I would definitely put Ankh on my side, Cedric, the pseudo killers, right? And my side got groups of people that don't even like each other. But one thing that they can agree on, almost every one of them hate pseudos, hate cults. Yeah. Yeah. We can get into a room together. And who else? Christopher Wizards. Man, everybody on Smash Rockwell's channel. Man, wow. Against the KEMET non-reading Kemet people. You know those people with those names that all of them got Ra or something like that. You know, they put words together and they're not even grammatically correct. Don't they know that names in the sa.neter are almost spells? Right? There's some Christians and Hebrews I would not put on my side. They in the audience. They spectators. they not on my side. So I have a large group of people that I respect, that have some semblance of respect for the work that I do, and not for these new groups of people who's coming up, who are misinforming you, who are doing hyperbole, who are doing hermeneutics. They act like they agree, but they don't agree, but they agree with this person because they don't agree with me, and they are wrong and strong. So with that said, man, let me just check. Well, first, let me thank anybody that gave me a cash app. So let me look at that. And if you come up and you're a pseudo, if I ask you for a source, please give up a source. I'm not going to argue with you, right? I'm not going to argue with you at all. Gregory, thank you so much. Hey, Daniel, if you can, please hit the link so that you can show them your great, beautiful new project, Dr. Daniel LaRoche. I got to call him Dr. Daniel LaRoche. Freedom, thank you so much. So I got 3 Cash Apps. 3. Right? I don't own the channel, but I came here. I think I came up here to clear up some things. Tomorrow, somewhere around 1 o'clock, I'll be appearing on Ashay's great channel, The Rhetoric Frontier. Hopefully, man. Oh, and you know who should be on my side? God Energy. God Energy be on my side. Humble will be on the other side. Humble on the other side. He on the other side. But God Energy, Ashay, I got a lot of people that would be on my side. KM.T versus Kemetic. Right? What y'all think about that? Right? Because I think the KM.Ts, those people that read the meta-nature, I think that they, I saw Kai with his, man, I saw Kai, man, the other night, man, he just destroyed. He actually just destroyed them on literal. Destroyed them. I didn't have to take that debate. That, you know what? It's so funny. I didn't have to take that debate. There were so many other people that could have taken that debate. I'm talking about younger scholars and destroy. Yo, shout out to Immortal Dragon. Immortal Dragon review. He would be on my side, on my all day. Even if he don't agree with me, Immortal Dragon review is one of my best. Man, and I would definitely take Brother Born Dog wherever he is, man. Born Dog is on the team against the pseudos. When the pseudos come around, shout out to Ankh, gun them down. So let me see what the and some people I no longer deal with. I just refuse to talk to them. If you I just refuse to talk to them. People that just get up there and say somebody won a debate and didn't even watch the debate. I can't deal with that. But I can't deal with that. So does anybody want to come on? Oh, let me put I only got 3 Cash Apps. Oh, wait, no, let me try again because it's not right. Only three Cash Apps? I'm not trying to break you. That's why I asked for lunch money. Don't you when someone asks us for lunch money, that means just give just support. I'm not asking for a big, just support. But I get criminalized and victimized just by asking for a small, modest donation. How does that work? I shouldn't ask for a small donation, something that could buy me lunch. I get humiliated, criticized. When people offer in things for thousands of dollars and you don't come back any smarter than before you sent the $1,000-something. Support your brother. Oh man, and my brother Suntan is Elder Suntan. I just don't like to get into arguments with him. Man, I'll take Gideon on my side against these pseudos. So guess what? Guess what, pseudos? You pseudo Kemet cats, you know, the ones that dress up and wear, all you people, not one person. See, I'm not talking about one person. I'm talking about those that can't read the meta-nature or I got to brush up on the meta-nature, but, here's my Ankh. Take that. Take that. Like you're scamming. All right, so let me open up the chat. And if I refuse to talk to you, I refuse to talk to you. And if I do talk to you and I ask you for a source, if you don't provide the source, you're going in the background. I'll have Sister Mika on my team. I'll have Brother La on my team. Morpheus. Oh, y'all don't think I got peoples? Huh. The people that I surround myself with are what I think are respectable thinkers and scholars. The other ones, I ain't got no respect for you. Right? I got no respect for you. You're scamming. So I think today, if anything, I showed that the netter was, not the netter, the Happy Ankh, Hep, was the son of Ptah, called the son of Ptah, the living son of Ptah, that even though he is a cattle, he's still a neter. I'm piecing out with Rakufu. He's the only one that I'm piecing out with. Even if he disagree with me, I'm piecing out with Rakufu.
No, Reggie, I'm not disagreeing, so let's get that straight.
No, but I'm just saying I pieced out with you. Because sometimes you think I'm talking about you and I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about some other people, but I'm not talking about you, and we go bananas. So what's going on, Rakufu?
Right.
What you research?
Okay. All right. So I wanted to ask you, Saber Reggie, when I use the word Saber, I use it in the context, and this is a question because you are far more educated in this field. I always come to ask you these questions. I use it in like if I was teaching kindergarten, you was teaching college. I wouldn't say I would know. I could lead them and guide them to a person going your way eventually, but I'm not saying I'm as smart as. So in Kemet, I want to ask. This is a question, genuine question. Did they have sabers in different levels that would teach at higher levels and at lower levels to bring the initiate to a certain level?
Okay, well, we don't have a solid tradition as the ancient world, right? We don't have that tradition anymore. What we have is teachers. In the ancient world, there were schools, the per Ankh, and then they had a whole medical school. We don't have that structure now. So we have kind of independent schools, and we have teachers, and unfortunately, we have cults, right? I can't initiate you, right? I don't like that word.
I said that wrong. I meant to educate.
Yeah, I don't want to, but because we got people raising people up. Now you can do that in masonry, and I'm not a mason. You might be able to do that in masonry, and you might be authentic, or you might be fringe, or you might be able to do that, and whatever the case, you might be able to do that. But the problem is that we have a structure now of pseudo initiation, where I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm a priest because someone made me a priest. Now, in a religious tradition, that is problematic too, but they have a structure. In our community, first you have to have an established, respectable priesthood. Right? You have to have an established. Okay, that's Elder Suntan, right? Peace, Elder Suntan. You have to have it. We don't have that structure right now. But what we do have is in traditional religious society, like the Ife, right? like the Bosom, shout out to Nana Sudo, A Sudo, right?
Voodoo, we got voodoo shrines. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have
Okay.
voodoo shrines. Yes, in those, but those are religious, right? So we do have those things, and that those things are. I can't say anything about them unless they're doing something bad, because they are traditional. They have generations of people. But this new age Kemetic stuff, nah, no, I'm not. No, no. The only type of groups that I respect is like uh people that, like, for example, what Infidishis people. They all know martial arts.
Right.
They
Yeah.
have a dietary system. They
Yep.
all read the Medu Neter, and they are almost always pretty much correct. But guess what? They don't promote. They don't promote themselves. You don't see them promote "Join Us." They don't do that. If you're seeking and you find them and you're interested in them, then you go through that process.
Now, Reggie, would you say that I know y'all I don't think y'all got a bad relationship. I just think you may not agree with the way he's doing it, but you say he's pretty knowledgeable in what he's doing. Ra'u Nefer Amin, is he just all the way out there left field, or you got respect for the elders?
Shechem or Shechem?
Yeah. Yep.
Um, well, I have respect for Shechem and Shechem for their longevity.
Okay.
Um, I I uh, I have some questions
Right.
about, but I've seen them practice. They've let me into their spaces. I've been to his home. He has never ever been disrespectful to me. Um, the criticism that I would say is that what he teaches is just not Kemet,
Right. Got you.
and that's okay.
Right.
It's just not Kemet. It's a mixture of a lot of things. But he's well respected in the community, and um, uh, I don't. He's not harmful.
Okay.
But I
That's
don't necessarily agree with everything that they do. But that's me.
facts. I got it. That's right.
Uh,
All right,
uh,
yes, man. Yeah. Oh, hey, real
Reggie,
quick, Suntan. We playing right now, Suntan. I'm off the panel, Reggie. Y'all
I'm
take care.
watching the game.
All right.
Hey, Reggie, this is my question to
What
you
game is
because,
on?
huh? Oh, the
What game?
Lions in Cincinnati.
Oh, I need to make some hats. Yeah, but go ahead.
Hey, listen, Reggie, I know because you know me, right? And you know I don't participate in debating and stuff like that. I just do study, sort of research like you do in subject matters. So my question to you is, and this is I'm looking for very authenticity about this question because I'm sure that me and you in 2023, we don't believe in that text, even though you are a scholar in that subject matter. So even Harwin. So my question to you is, wouldn't you say that, and I don't take nobody's belief or nobody's whether they're Hebrew or Kemetic, whatever. But wouldn't you say that the Kemetic text is dealing with metaphysics?
I would say that it's dealing with their culture. I would say that people who don't understand their culture, they can call it in the modern sense anything that they want, or some things natural, yes, or some things more supernatural, yes. Um, my only problem is who is making the criticism. The person who's making the criticisms or the saying should be well informed by sources. So I'm not going to jump up and say I'm going to hear what the person says first. Now
Right.
it depends on their background and what they read. We got a environment where anybody can say anything, especially if they put on a Kemetic name. I don't. My problem is that we got people who are esoterical. They think that there's meaning behind meanings, right? And that they only know the meanings. I literally know people that think that they could touch the walls in a museum and get a message. I literally know people who could come into a room and hear a sahu, a mummy, and you could be in a room and that mummy's only speaking to that person. I know literally that people believe that they are fully Ra or fully a king. I can't deal with that, bro.
Yeah, but my question, Reggie, because I'm saying I know you understand what I'm saying, and dealing with the text and dealing with the people, because that's where we get these debates and that's where we get these sort of disagreements with things, because of people's own concepts and their own ideals, whether they take a 2026 ideal and try to superimpose it on the commissions. I just say in antiquity, because they do this with even the Abrahamic faith. So we have a word for that in 2026, and that would be metaphysics, because metaphysics is not science. It's dealing with something in another realm.
I think I answered your question.
Yeah, but you answered it. You answered it in a way, but I wanted you to answer it directly, because it's a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question. It's an informed question. If you're looking at it in a modern sense, then that's all you know. If you're looking at it in the Nile Valley sense, the first thing you would do is look for a word that equates that. So in Nile Valley, you would use a word like sesta, right? But you wouldn't know that word. Harmon would know that word. King J would know that word. Smash would know that word.
Yeah, I think
you wouldn't know that word. So I would look into it. So, well, what did the Nile Valley Africans? What did they say? And what's the meaning of that word? It wouldn't be metaphysics,
right?
Because physics is not a word that they know.
Right. Reggie. That's what I'm saying. I think that me and you not really walking together. What I'm trying to say is this, because I could use the same question to the Hebrews, right? Because I could say that their thoughts of Moses and opening the sea and all these metaphorical things was all these things that they was doing back there, as far as opening the sea, feeding the people with fish, and all this sorts of things. I could say that was metaphysical, and then, which I know that in thought that it had to be, because we don't see them doing that now, and we don't, those miracles and all them things, that's metaphysics.
Okay, if you are attempting to get me to say that it was metaphysics, I am not going to do that.
No, I'm not trying to get you to say
that. So
that.
what I said politely, respectfully, I said I would look in the ancient Egyptian corpus to try to find words that they talk about. One word would be Sesta, another word would be Heka. Then I would say to you, do you know what Sesta and Heka means? Right?
No, but see, yeah, you don't. Hey, Reggie, we falling off because you don't get it. Now you don't.
No, you're trying to convince me.
But what I'm trying to tell you is that all of that deifying and all of that making stuff, all that supernatural stuff, I'm in reality, whether I'm back in antiquity or I'm here right now, I'm telling you that stuff was just something that they believe. That stuff wasn't real. They wasn't making no
trying to play both sides,
and stuff like that. Just like Gideon trying to chime in, because see, that's his belief. He believed that Christ walked on the water.
Can I chime in, Reggie?
Yeah.
But okay. you interrupted me though, Gideon. Now,
no, I want you to finish though. I want you to finish.
I'm talking. All right. Now, with the Abrahamic faith, because I've been in that since I've been a baby, man, since I've been 4 years old. And I always thought that Jesus walked on water. I always thought that it was a heaven and a hell. I always thought that Moses opened the sea. I always thought it was a flood and stuff like that, until now that I'm grown and now that I come into my own, I understand that was, mythological things. They did things to teach with. Now, people, even, man, my pastor is 80-something years old. He still believed that it was a flood. He still believed that Moses opened up the sea. So I'm not taking that away from nobody. They believe what they want to believe. But in reality, Reggie, all I'm saying is, just like I don't believe in all that spells and all of that stuff back in Kemet and all of that deifying stuff, I don't believe in the same thing with the Abrahamic faith. I'm just saying I'm in reality. I only believe what's real, what I
Right.
can see and what's
Right.
all right, man.
Yeah.
I
Peace
just
to you,
believe
son.
what's tangible
Right.
to me.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. And then I want to make this clear, man. I'm not knocking nobody who believes that whatever they believe, I'm not knocking nobody. I'm not judging them, and I'm not sitting there trying to bang on them if they believe that. I'm just saying my pastor, Reggie, and I've been knowing him since I've been 16. He's still the same way, and now that he's 83 and I'm 66, he still believes in the Holy Spirit. He'd say scripture guides him to do this, and he don't get away from that no type of way. So
just understand what you got to understand. What you're doing is not only is you talking.
Not what I'm doing, man.
No,
It's
I'm saying
reality,
what you're saying.
man.
Not only what you're doing, OG, is you talking in circles, but then the circles is now contradicting yourself.
Hey, Gideon, from somebody like
I'm trying, I'm trying to let you finish,
brother,
but you keep going and then you going
diving
into other caverns and
listen, man. You diving in with your belief. I don't believe.
I haven't said anything. I haven't said anything yet.
You just
I'm just trying to get a word in edgewise because about 3 minutes ago I asked, "Can I have the floor?" And then
you gotta wait till I get through talking.
Right, but then you went to talking about first. You went to saying how
man, I don't want to hear what you're talking about, Gideon. With all due respect, with all due respect,
I'm not gonna let you wrap it up, but go ahead, wrap it up, OG.
Because, man, like I said, you are a believer, right? You believe in all this mythological things. Am I right or wrong?
Bro, I just want you to finish.
I just asked you a question.
You know I do, bro.
All right, so I'm done with it because what you believe in, I don't. So peace to you. So don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. And I believe in reality. What I believe in would fly more than what you believe in because I believe in reality. I believe I got this mouse in my hand. I don't believe I can sit here and tell the Lord to bless me and make 5 mouses come. That don't fly with me. So you believe what you want to believe, bro. And I ain't got no problem with it.
No doubt. First of all, man, I want to say thank you, Brother Reggie, for letting me on. I want to give all praises to, my God, the Most High, in the name of Yahshua. One thing I try to do, man, because what Brother Reggie is doing is something that, he's standing on something. So at the same time, when I be talking about Egypt and stuff, I try to respect everybody's sensibilities. You see what I'm saying? But what I'm hearing you say sometimes is you're not even and that's one
your
of the
opinion, Gideon.
No, listen what I'm about to tell you. You haven't even heard what I said, bro.
Because I can see you before you coming, man. I'm your elder, dude.
Right.
I know I can see you coming.
So one of the byproducts of truth is that you have to be truthful on all fronts. And I say that to say because Reggie is standing on his truth. His reason or his motivation might be different from mine, and his reasonings might be different from mine. But it's all the same. He's standing on truth. Now, Suntan, you're not being fair to believers because hold on, bro. Hold on. Because one minute, for the past umpteen years, you've been saying how stupid we are to believe. Hold on, bro. I'm just speaking hyperbolic, bro.
Sir. Do not.
I'm just trying to be an exaggerate, but
don't misrepresent me, man. Damn.
Suntan, you've been on these streams saying how Christian believers who believe in these things literally happening are crazy, pretty much.
I ain't never said nothing like that, man. You misrepresenting me, dude, and stop it. I know somebody else who does that. Don't misrepresent me, man.
So
that's all I'm saying. I never called y'all crazy.
I never said you. So you would sit here and say people who believe in the Bible word for word. That's not normal. A normal person would not.
I didn't say that.
So let me finish, man. Let me finish because one thing you try to do sometimes, and it's very exposing, and I'm surprised somebody your age do this.
Because you
can't straddle the fence.
Up here. I'm
You
not gonna
can't
let you
straddle
sit up here and
suntan.
make a narrative, Gideon.
Okay, so I'm not even gonna speak about you. I'm just
Right.
Sorry, I
so
just had to go away for a second. Wait. Okay, so
All right, go
remember,
ahead.
wait. No, wait. So wherever I was listening. Just for respect for the show, right? Everybody has their own feelings, but let me just close this out, this part, and then we can get into whatever discussion that you want to. From my presentation, right, starting from Elder Suntan, did it seem like I made the point that the Happy Ankh bull, the Apis bull, is the son of Ptah, and that he is a neter? Did you at least get where I'm coming from?
I do.
Okay, great. Brother Gideon, uh, did you hear any part of my presentation?
yes, I seen a good part of it, and I must say, from the information you brought out, even though I always believed it to be so, you definitely did prove that point.
Yeah, that's
Definitely.
all. Thank you. So, Brother Harwin, if
Absolutely.
right, since you made it really short, too short, because everybody else had more words than you. You just said one word, absolutely, right? I made my point that because we've had some conversation that the Happy Ankh, the Apis bull, was not a neter, right? And I'm hoping again that I proved my point that through the text and other scholars, it literally says that he is the son of Ptah and that he is divine. That is correct, Brother Harwin? Okay, you got your right. You
That
I
is
can hear you
correct.
good.
That
I
is
can hear you
correct.
good.
okay, great. And well, Revelation X, he doesn't care about Nile Valley. I don't know if you watched the show, but from Revelation, from what you saw, did I make the point with my sources and with my analysis that the Happy Ankh Hep is the son of Ptah, that he is a neter, he is divine? Yes or no?
Yes or no? Oh man. My answer actually would be I don't know, Reggie. I'm not really proficient in, the
From my
Meduneta, and
presentation,
I saw the
from what you
presentation and
watched.
everything that you said, it sounded good to me. But like I said, I don't know. How would I wait if I don't have the knowledge?
Yeah, he
So
don't
I'm just
understand
trying
it,
to be
Reggie.
honest. Yeah, I
Yeah,
really
I
don't. I
do.
don't
I didn't
understand.
ask you if you had the knowledge. I asked you if I showed enough references, right, and sources to make the point.
You showed a lot of references and sources, but how would I know if you made the point if I'm not
Okay, I
knowledgeable
can't
on
do
what
this
you're
with you.
speaking on?
Revelation X, I can't do this. Good night. I can't do this with you. Okay, so just like going into a classroom and you're learning uh let's say something in biology. You don't know the subject. You walked into the subject, but you have to pass it to get to your rest of the credits. So you have to take the course in that case. So you take the course. And from based on what the professor says, you have to do the exercises and you have to pass the class. You can't come out and say what Revelation X says. Otherwise, then this is not the class for him, and I can give him a excusatory grade. You don't have to take the class or take it at another time period. So Revelation is outside of my class because he wants to say, he wants to act like I didn't show sources, that he doesn't understand what I showed, and I showed direct documents and text. So he can't
Right.
make up his mind. So I can't talk. I no longer talk to people like that on my show, right? He can go on sa.neter when sa.neter is on. That's fine. Not on this show,
Yeah, he don't understand, man.
right?
I don't understand why a Christian in Revelation X, that's my brother, but the reason why a lot of Christians are saying what Reggie's saying is more accurate is because we have a history with Kemet. we actually came out of Kemet. Speaking of, population wise, a lot of our genetic makeup comes from that because we was in there for over 100, 200 years. So with that being said, a Christian or an Israelite would know that when Moses was confronting the Pharaoh, that our God is literal, and Pharaoh thought his God was literal. Like we didn't think we was fighting make believe stuff. So I don't know why some Christians would even be, under that
Hey, Reggie,
opinion.
could you share my screen, Reggie, so I can address Immortal Dragon? He asked what metaphysical. He said the definition of metaphysical.
You want to address? Well, first of all,
Immortal Dragon got.
Hold on, stop. Okay, wait.
There you go, right there.
Wait, no, I'm gonna come back.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so now, even with that said, I'm going to entertain now, since I made my point, that at least the people that saw it understood that I at least gave enough sources to introduce the point. Now we're going to go back to this thing that I say, right, is that in my research, it does not exist that way in the Nile Valley. But I'm going to entertain it. But I want you to let you know is that introducing these foreign words into an ancient world is not proper methodology.
Okay.
It's really not. Okay, go ahead.
Metaphysics is a core branch of psychology that explores the fundamental nature of reality.
Not psychology.
Philosophy, my bad, tongue-tied. And the relationship between mind and matter, rather than relying on physical experiment, it uses deep thinking and logic to answer abstract questions about the universe. So,
why you want to address him in the chat when I had something to say about what you said? And it seemed like you was fearful to hear what I say, so you can address what I said. But if you want to entertain the chat, go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, because this is the problem I have with you. You coming out misrepresenting me what I'm saying, and you kind of making an attack, like I'm making an attack on Hebrews or on the Abrahamic faith, when in fact I'm not. I always beg my pardon with people with any beliefs, because you never hear me debating and telling people they crazy, this or that, and that's what you were doing. You were saying that I say it.
Well,
you were saying
so on this live, you were saying how the Bible people, they look at these things metaphysics. They don't think they don't think Moses split the sea. They don't think Jesus with the 5 loaves.
They do think that stuff is real. That's what I said.
Okay. All right. So I thought you said they look at it as metaphysical.
No,
that's what I thought you said.
I'm looking at it as metaphysical, not the people. Y'all believe that. I didn't see. That's what I'm saying. That's why I kept interrupting you, Gideon, because you had it, you didn't have it right. So that was my whole point. And like Morpheus listening to the back. Metaphysics is not science. It's a belief system as well. It's gathering. It's what a person thinks and what he believes. It's sort of like a belief system. I got a better definition than this one right here. However, I would just leave at the rest, because like I said, I'm not making no accusations at nobody, especially not nobody believes. I don't go in people's paradigm trying to move things around. So I want to be clear with that, Gideon. That's it. And like Reggie, you prove what you were saying about sources. So I'll put it like a puzzle. You was able to say 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 is 4. You put it together. If somebody with a logical sense, if they don't even know the text, they could put it together the way that you were saying. You made it all connect. So that's why I see it, because I don't study the Egyptian text. I don't study that. I use this avatar because I use it because of chronology. I was a Bible believer all my life, and still I wouldn't throw the book away because it's a great book. It has guardrails for people who want to. It helps you, you know, in your life with some things. But all the wars and all, I don't totally believe in everything in the Bible. But what I'm trying to say is this right here. With the Egyptians, that was before the Bible. When I found that out 7 years ago, I was stunned, Reggie. I was like, dang, I didn't even know that. I just found out about Kemet, Reggie, 7 years ago, 8 years ago. So, and through chronology, I found out that it precedes the Bible, the way the chronology goes. It was Kemet first, then the Abrahamic faith came out of Kemet.
Okay.
Because it was polytheism, then then it became monotheism, then it became, because I was wondering where all this stuff came from.
Well, the problem is okay, so we can get into a whole, because the Hebrews and the Christians will say that their Genesis came first, right?
Yep, they
The
sure
Muslims
would.
will say that their creation came first.
Yep.
The Greeks will say that their creation came first. The Persians will say that their creation came first, and vice versa. So these are all claims. However, the what we're trying to do is trying to get as much facts and then weigh the facts against each other, even if we have beliefs. But when you say what you just said will trigger Christians and Hebrews,
Right.
immediately,
Yeah.
they got to put hands and feet on you.
Well, they can
I'm about to put hands and feet on them right now, Brother Reggie, because
do it, man.
this is the reason why some people I can't even have a conversation with, because they will form and manipulate their conversation into whatever they want to say at that time. So I just want to get this clear, Brother Suntan. You said that you said that you didn't say that we look at it metaphysical, that we look at it literal.
Yeah, y'all do. Y'all
All
look
right,
at it literally.
okay. You just said that we do look at it literally. Not even 2 minutes. Right. And I was saying, you said that we look at it metaphysically. We don't look at it
metaphysically, man.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So I'm about to play it right now to where you said that the Hebrews and the Christians look at all this stuff metaphysically. Hold on, let me play.
No, I didn't, man.
Let me play. All right. Well, okay, hold on.
I'm telling you that ain't what that wasn't what I meant, man. So if you not, this is not no got you moment, Gideon.
I'm saying no. I'm saying because I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Just listen.
Yeah, but you wrong.
Just listen.
What I'm trying to say is this, because I could use the same question to the Hebrews, right? Because I could say that their thoughts of Moses and opening the sea and all these metaphorical things was all these things that they were doing back there, by opening the sea, feeding the people with fish, and all this sorts of things. I could say that was metaphysical, and then which I know that in thought that it had to be, because we don't see them doing that now, and we don't, those miracles and all the things, that's metaphysical. Okay, all right, thank you. So did you just say that, or did you not say that?
No, right. It ain't say nothing that you just was saying.
Okay. Am I getting this confused, Brother Reggie?
Of course, I can tell you that.
No. See, these are terms for the Christians and the Hebrews. For the Muslims, metaphysics is not a term that they use. Suntan.
I'm not saying that, man.
But your last sentence, Suntan, was literally all those miracles. We look at it as metaphysical. It's not literal.
I said I look at it as metaphysical.
No, you say we do.
Well,
and I'm not trying to do this to you, OG. But I'm saying I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and you not being straight up with me.
Gideon,
your last sentence was,
I said it's metaphysical, not you. No. Y'all don't think it's metaphysical. Y'all think it's literal. That's it.
So I could say that was metaphysical, and then which I know that in thought that it had to be, because we don't see them doing that now, and we don't, those miracles and all the things, that's metaphysical. Okay, if you are attempting,
no way you can correlate the miracles with metaphysics. Sunshine. That's
Hey
all I'm
man,
telling you, my brother.
you so
And
wrong. It
and
ain't.
and when we take those things literal,
Yes.
y'all hold that against us.
Who
But at
hold
the
it
same,
against you, man?
right, but at the
Don't
same
nobody
time,
care.
everybody back then looked at it literal. That's all I'm
Good
saying,
that
bro.
y'all look at it now, literally.
Exactly. Not metaphysical.
Oh,
Exactly.
I
I
got
look at
super
it
chats. Wait,
metaphysically, man. Damn.
stop. I got wait, stop. I got super chats. I work with the channel, and the channel allowed me to come on Black News. So Richard James says, Rabbi Maimonides does use the term metaphysical and allegorical.
Thank you.
Okay, so that may be true, and I don't have a problem with that. But I think he's using that to explain something to a particular academic audience. I don't think he uses that word in his liturgy, but I may be wrong. Okay, I may be wrong, but I don't think I think he's trying to use that to explain because you got a lot of people who are religious that use academic terms. So there's somebody. There was another super chat that I didn't put in, and I wasn't paying attention. But there's a super chat. Harwin says it says Harwin is in this mug. Yeah, well, yeah. Harwin is in this. He's in the game, right? He's in the game on my show, right? And I respect Brother Chuck Morgan, and but I will say that I like young minds if you give them an opportunity to say what they want to say, and I am not going to disrespect him because he was part of the Nuwabians or is part of the Nuwabians, because I know a lot of people that was part of the Nuwabians, right? And when they was in the Nuwabians, it was all good with them. All of a sudden, it's not good, right? And I got that. I got that. But Harwin is a great mind. Armin Ra McCarthy, he always supports the channel. Saber Reggie is the source. Peace, Dr. Reggie. I'm sorry I wasn't paying attention to the super chats and doing my job, but Amin Ra McCarthy always supports this channel, and Amin Ra McCarthy saves Black lives. He not only Black lives, he saves human lives. Shout out to Amin Ra McCarthy. And let me see any more super chats. Sorry about that, Amin Ra McCarthy. I wasn't paying attention, but shout out to you. Thank you. Wow. Wow. I mean, that was a big super chat, and I missed that, and I deeply apologize. Let me see. Anybody else? Okay. So, all right. So, I think that we're talking about this term metaphysical. These are terms that exist in different domains. Like, for example, like the other brother said, it exists in the domain of philosophy. Okay.
Absolutely.
It
Absolutely.
right, but it may not exist in another domain, like for example, ancient Egyptian text. I think that people with philosophy can use it to make analysis in their domain. But when it comes to Nile Valley text, we use the words that they use. That's all I'm saying.
Brother Reggie, is there a word for a person who make a lot of slide comments in a comment and the link for the stream y'all still be in a live chat? Is there a word for a person like that?
Say that again.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. A
For
troll.
for a person that's in the chat that have a lot to say,
A
but
troll,
the
yeah.
link to the stream yard is right above their comments. Oh, okay, I got you, OG. A
Yeah,
troll.
troll.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now Richard James says, check my Cash App. Thanks for the $20 for the channel. And let me just check my Cash App.
Yeah, that's a good look, man. Definitely appreciate
Oh,
that.
$20 is in that, yeah, that the channel get that. Brother Reggie's still stuck on stupid over here. But Brother Walker, thank you so much. Kawante, always, man. I haven't done too many shows, but man, man, I'm in a red too, Kawante. So whatever you give, whenever you give, especially if it's just lunch money, man, man, you listen, I owe you. Thank you so much. Right? Gregory, I think I shouted you out. Thank you so much. Dr. Daniel LaRoche, thank you. And Freedom, Sister Freedom. Is that Sister Freedom? Thank you so much, Freedom. And so those are my those so I did check my Cash App. I got Super Chat was more than I got, but thank you so much. Let's see what else. Okay, so whatever, Brother Richard, thank you so much. Hopefully my Cash App account will account for it, but it ain't there yet. But that's okay. But thank you so much for even thinking about me. All righty. So getting back to this. So those terms exist in philosophy, but in other fields, there are other terms that we use. But those terms, like literal, allegorical, all of those terms are terms that we understand things in this domain, and we could try to apply it sometimes in the ancient Egyptian, as you want to call it, Tawi, Christian, Hebrew, Israelite, Islamic world. But we have to do them with caution. We have to make sure we know enough about their traditions, right? So that it fits in instead of tries to kind of take it over or deconstruct what those ancient people believed, if you understand what I'm saying, right? So we got to be cautious. The problem is that we don't seem to be cautious. Indigenous, you owe me 10% for using my teachings. I'm gonna get you on one day, and we're gonna read some meta-nature.
Everybody use indigenous teachers.
Bro, I was just about to say that, Santan.
Everybody
say that about everybody, bro.
We're gonna read some meta-nature together.
Funny, man.
So
he all right.
But do you understand the caution? So what happens is, if you don't understand the caution that we should use, then what you do is you're colonizing somebody else's culture by using what you know today, right? What you know today. So that is my problem. That was my problem with the debate, is that, but I want to deal with tomorrow with Ashe, the rhetoric frontier. I want to know if the Neteru were actual. That's what I want to know. Family, were the Neteru actual? Were the Netters and Neteru actual? Press 1 if they were actual. Press 2 if they were not actual. I'm gonna get some water. Press 1 if they were actual, if the Neteru are actual, or press 2 if they were not actual. I want to see where we are.
Yeah, that's a good question. They definitely, from what I understand, to be actual. What you say, Santan?
No, I say they're not literal.
Santan, bro, you crazy, man.
That's what I say, man, because listen, when you get this bull, even with my reality thinking, with my philosophical thinking, that bull is nothing but a bull until you deify it. Until a human being deifies it, then he becomes a netter. Without a human saying he's a netter, he's not nothing but a bull.
But that's not the question. Wait, that's not the question. So the question is, are the Neteru actual?
Right.
When you say actual, Reggie, you gotta, what do you mean actual? Yeah, they actual if the people making them actual, of course. People makes all this stuff happen. Man makes it all happen. Nothing supernatural happens in this on earth unless you go, when you go to another
Okay,
realm.
so you want to change a 2 to a 1. The Neteru are actual.
You know what? I don't even know why I don't even know why I put it on there, because actually, man, my thinking is reality.
Okay,
so I don't think that stuff real. So disregard mine.
And really, it's not about what you think, Santan. It's about
what I think.
Oh, listen, bro. Listen. It's about its intended purpose.
Okay,
and what the people thought it was. That's why I was telling you about when you made that statement about the Bible. You cannot say it's metaphysical because the people who wrote it,
keep saying
the people. I'm just trying to show you. It must.
Hey, you tripping, dude.
No, I'm just saying, like that we can't go off of what we think it is, or that's basically what Jabari's doing.
Hey, dude,
He's trying to fashion. He's
don't
fashioning
lean on your own understanding. So long as you thinking like that and you staying in the side of a box, you're gonna always be cornered in that box.
Right.
I'll say I don't think that stuff is literal.
Right.
I think
but it doesn't matter.
About literal. We are not talking
I'm talking about
literal.
the Abrahamic faith, Reggie, now. Because
no, we talk about the netters are natural.
Well, even with the netters, I don't. They made it real because that's their tradition and that's their culture. So it was real.
I'm not talking about, but I am saying I am no longer talking about literal right now. I'm talking about all the netters actual.
Yeah, they actual if the people make them actual. People got to make them actual.
Okay. I just want to find that out. I just want to see where our heads are, because we're using these words, and some of these words are deconstructing what the Africans believed in. Hey, Harwin and Morpheus, Mr. Morpheus didn't speak. So Harwin was first, and then and he kept coming back and forth. Brother Harwin, what you got to say?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
So you want me to answer? Are they actual?
Well, I want you to give me your 2-3 minutes because you've been waiting.
Absolutely, they're actual. And it's not a matter of what we believe or what Suntan believed or what Jabari believed. We can't impose our presuppositions and suppose what something is to ancient people and their ancient writings. That is a logical fallacy.
Interesting.
Oh, that's interesting. I like the way you put that, brother.
So when you
can I ask you a question, Howard?
Well, let him finish.
Okay, go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead. Let Reggie finish asking.
No, Harwin got to finish.
Okay.
So, and are they actual? Yes. And did the people say that they made that actual? Or in their text, did they say they were told that by divine beings? That's the question.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Now, I understand what time we're in. We're in 2026. Even back in antiquity, do you, in your opinion, think that Egyptians were doing supernatural things? I
don't think anything is.
Listen, hear me. Let me finish it. Let me finish. Netters are connected with the supernatural. They do supernatural things. So my question to you is, do you think that was happening back in antiquity, supernatural things?
I don't think anything is supernatural, because supernatural imposes that something lives outside of nature when nature is everything.
Right.
So hold on, let me answer. So if something is happening in nature, then it's not supernatural. If we was to take a cell phone and jump in a time machine and go back to the Salem days with the witch trials, they will call you a witch and say that's supernatural.
Right.
But it's not. So just because you might perceive something as supernatural, it doesn't mean it is or isn't.
You kind of missing what I'm saying, brother.
Unless that's with the back. Hey, somebody need to mute up.
I don't know who it is. I hear something, but it ain't me.
Sound like somebody got a mukbang going on or something.
Yeah, I hear it crunching in the back. It stopped. Is that you, Howard?
So, nah, that wasn't me.
Oh. I don't know who it was. Go ahead, Howard.
So the idea of supernatural even make sense. If you observe it in nature, then it's a part of nature. It's natural.
That would have to be a fact.
You done?
Okay, well, I'm
Okay.
gonna go to Mr. Morpheus, but I'll say one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll say one thing before Mr. Morpheus. Most religions believe in an afterlife, right?
Right.
So you can't be criticizing any other culture, because if you believe in the afterlife, no matter how you get there, by following some teachings, by doing some rituals, by believing in a person, then you are in the supernatural realm.
Right.
Oh, stop. So don't be criticizing the cultures more ancient, because anybody that believes in the afterlife believes in supernatural. Mr. Morpheus, how you doing, my good brother? Roundtable 101, architect, man. How you doing? What is good, man? And what you got to say?
Great presentation. Great presentation. Cool. I'm listening. I'm listening to this conversation about metaphysical and actual stuff. So I'm just listening right now. Myself, I think supernatural is a misnomer. I think the term supernatural is a definite misnomer.
I said the same thing.
I echo what Harlan said. You know, if it exists within a vacuum, because the universe is in a vacuum, everything that exists within that vacuum is nature, is natural. So if it happens in that vacuum, it is natural. Supernatural would be outside of the universe. We don't have an outside of the universe. So that's why I said, can I finish before you? Can I finish first? It would be nice.
Go ahead, brother. Damn.
Yeah. So in that understanding, to me, the term we're referring to as supernatural is a misnomer, right? Off the rip. So, ask your question, brother.
So is spells supernatural, or you want to, or is spells natural?
I don't believe in magic.
Well, so if you don't, I didn't ask you, did you believe? I asked you, was spells supernatural? Because that's what they use in that text. In the ancient text, they use spells and this and that and the third. So I was just asking you, because if you want to cut in, go ahead. I'm not obliged. All I'm saying was they using spells back then, and that's in the meta nature, right? The spells is neters. So I'm asking you, is that supernatural or is that natural?
Let's define what a spell is first and watch what happens. Because it's going to answer itself.
Okay.
What's a spell?
You tell me. I don't know.
You the one that brought the spell up. I didn't bring it up.
If you can't identify, then we'll leave it alone, brother.
No, I'm not. You the one.
I can't.
But
I only know what I
Suntan.
read. I only know what I read.
But Suntan, you brought up spells.
Okay,
I didn't bring up spells.
I don't know what it is, man. No.
So then, in order for you to answer, but I'm saying, Suntan, relax. In order to ask a question about a spell, you first have to know what a spell is.
Okay, well, what is a spell?
You brought it up. I didn't bring up spells.
Hey, man, see, you play these hermeneutic games, man. I'm not trying to do that.
You ain't even learned the word hermeneutics till you met me, so stop it.
You know how to look it up.
Right, so watch this. Everybody,
you know how to look it up.
Right, all right, but everybody listening, he brought up spells. I didn't bring anything up about spells.
Why are you putting this on me, man?
Suntan, what's wrong with you?
What I did, man. I don't want to hear all of that, man. Come on, man.
Listen.
This was a simple conversation.
Hey, Reggie.
Now you want to come up here more and complicate everything.
Hey, Reggie.
I ain't got time for that, man.
Everybody listening. Did I bring up spells or did this man bring up spells?
I brought it up.
Right. So then I asked you, I asked you, what is a spell? Before you
I
can
don't
ask
know.
me, so then how would you know if my answer is right or wrong if you don't even know what a spell is?
Because I'm gonna look it up, brother.
How about do that first and then ask the question?
How about you? If
Here's
you
the
can't answer the
idea.
question, just say that, man. Quit trying to
Yo,
make
this
yourself
dude,
look
yo,
smart, man.
this guy is funny. He comes in
You
here
more
and
funnier than
he
me,
asks watch the, hey
man.
Reg, hey
Hey,
Reg,
dude,
hey
you
Reg,
more funny. Go ahead, talk,
watch this.
Morpheus. I ain't got
Hey
time.
Reg,
You sitting up here trying to do got you moments, man.
watch it,
I
watch
ain't
it.
got time for that. We up
Reggie,
here building.
Reggie,
Listen, we building, brother. If you don't want to
Reggie,
build,
you
just
ain't
go sit back
building.
and listen.
You not building though, Suntan. You
Okay, I'm
not
not building.
building.
So what
Right.
now?
So watch
Okay.
this. Hey Harmon,
Yes, sir.
anybody else on it, right? If the
What's happening?
man asked me, is
This
a
man
spell
steady step on
supernatural?
what I'm talking about.
Did he ask me, was a spell supernatural?
Yes.
Thank you. Then I ask him, do you know what a spell is? Is that out of line to ask the guy, do
No.
you know what a spell is?
And then what did the man say?
They got to get a baseline understanding of what a spell
So
is.
Morpheus, hold
It's
on.
Right. You gotta
So
get a
Morpheus,
baseline. Hold up, stop. You gotta get a baseline before you could ask the question, is it real? But if you don't know what it is, how the hell could you ask, is it real?
because I got my own knowledge on what I think is real. See, you
So
trying
can
to,
you
hey,
tell me?
Morpheus, that,
So
you
then,
know, you are
so
right,
tell,
dude. But you
so tell
know,
me.
you trying
So
to
tell
make.
us.
I'm not
Under
telling
your
you nothing. If you want to
listen,
find it out, you look it up yourself.
son, you the one that asking the question about
Because
a
you coming
spell,
up here
not
trying to
me.
critique something. You sitting here trying to critique something
yo,
that
this
you
is
can't
funny.
do.
Yo, this is
Let me
funny.
do this for you real quick. Let me do this real quick. And Morpheus,
Watch
you can
this.
just sit back
Okay,
and listen. Let me do this real quick.
Okay, good.
There you go.
But Suntan, it's like Hartman was telling you, are you being anachronistic with the conversation? Why would you be asking what Morpheus, if he
Hey, Gideon, come on, man.
just saying, is
Come
deviating from
on, dude. You've been wrong all night trying to deal with me, man. Let's
that's
just
the
leave it. Let's just leave it alone, man. Stay in your
Wow.
own lane. With respect, I respectfully ask
all
you.
right, you got
Listen,
that.
Gideon, I respectfully ask you, could you please stay in your own lane? Because you misrepresent stuff, man. You know, I just don't know where you coming from half the time. When you play back a tape that clearly contradicted what you said. You said I said that you guys were believe in metaphysics when I said I was the one. So if you making little errors like that, just sit back and relax, man. That's all I'm saying, bro.
OG
Elder
is
Santan.
talking
Elder
about.
Santan.
Yeah.
Can I help you out?
No, I mean, go ahead.
So Morpheus is asking a fair question. Here's why. What word are they translating from ancient Egyptian as a spell? That's my question to you. And if you don't know, then you should ask before you even ask the question, are there spells in the text? What concept and what word and what concept behind that word does that mean in ancient Egyptian? Because
Thank
when you
you.
say a spell, that can be a mistranslation or interpretation based upon what you think a spell is in your modern mind.
Thank you. You said it better than I did.
So okay, now. Okay, you both of y'all got that off. So let's just put that in the back. Now let's move forward. How about that?
Okay, so now we're moving forward. Okay, so now we're at the. Let me just see. I was hoping that Dr. Daniel LaRoche would come on and show his new project, which is exciting, and I can't. I can't get it off of my phone. Let me see if I can get it off my phone. And okay, so tomorrow on the Rhetoric Frontier, if Brother Ashe is well, we are going to be dealing one of the things or the natural actual. We're no longer not no longer. sa.neter is going to do a rewatch of all the natural literal, but I'm not dealing with that. I'm the way I'm dealing with that is I'm writing papers on that. So I'm publishing a series of papers. If anybody doesn't know, I do have a paper on the subject. Here is the paper. I'll just post it and tell you where you can get it. I am no longer. I see. Brother Reggie is a fair writer, so Brother Reggie can write. You can criticize my writing, but please have writing yourself to criticize my writing. Please don't. So let me just say, share my.
Yeah, hey Reg, I jumped on to ask a question. I'm not gonna stay long because there was a good conversation with Brother Gideon. He said some things that made me jump on. Right? Gideon, can I ask you a question?
Oh, you already? Of course. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. Because I don't think it's fair to say that a Bible believer sees the Bible as philosophy. Would that be fair to say?
No, I never. I don't. If I said that, that's or I definitely say those words, but
No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying you said it. I'm saying it wouldn't be fair to say because I don't think people, religious people, see the Bible as philosophy in any kind of way, right?
I mean, there's some philosophical parts in it, but it's definitely.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah,
I'm glad you said that because it leads to my next question. Okay, the Bible contains what you just said, some philosophical stuff, correct?
Right.
To your understanding, right? Some things are, philosophical, right? The Bible also contains some metaphors. Would you agree?
It contains metaphors. It contains supreme mathematics. It contains all that. Yeah.
Okay, so it contains allegory as well, correct?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And it contains some literal things, correct?
Correct.
Right. So how do you determine what parts are allegorical, what parts are philosophy, what parts are literal, and what parts are metaphors? And also, we got to add idioms because there's also a lot of idioms, right? So how do you determine as a reader, you know what I mean, the difference between those? It's not a gotcha moment. I'm just trying to figure out your thinking. You feel me?
That's a good question. As far as the idioms, it's definitely things like we would have to know. Like say for instance, when Yeshua tells the rich man, it would be harder for him to pass through the eye of a needle. I mean, it would easier be for him. It would be easier for a camel to pass through an eye of a needle than a rich man to get to heaven. That's that's you know what I'm saying? Because it's speaking, not necessarily a needle, a real needle, but a device that they would have to go through. So, like
I agree. I definitely agree.
Yeah.
Right. So keep going. So the other part, like the allegorical, the metaphors, you know what I mean? The philosophy parts.
So far as metaphorical, we see things like Ezekiel's vision. That would be definitely metaphorical, as well as metaphysical. Revelation. A lot of the stuff that we see in Revelation is actually
metaphysical.
Yeah, as far as Ezekiel's vision.
Is this Gideon talking?
Yeah. We see things.
Hold on. So you said, slow down for a little bit, right? So you said I just want to get you right. So they're like the Ezekiel visions and stuff like that, and Revelations. Are you saying those are metaphors?
Or those visions, like that was a vision he had that was metaphysical, allegorical. It was a combination of things, but
but how would you know that? I know you're saying that, but as a reader, let's say a person picks up a Bible, they just picked up the Bible and they just start reading it, right? How do they determine, you feel me, that let's take example. Let's take from the beginning. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let's take example. Adam and Eve and the serpent and the rib stuff. Is that literal? Is that allegorical? Is that a metaphor? And how would the reader determine? You know what I mean? If that's literal, is that an allegory, or is it a metaphor? How would one determine that? What method would what I guess what I'm looking for is what method, you feel me, would you use or do you use to determine, if certain parts are what?
Right.
Belief.
Right. Inside the scriptures is something I found to be what I would call supreme mathematics, which means it's happening on the physical plane as well as the metaphysical plane. So when we see the story of creation, it literally happened like that, but it also had some allegory and some metaphysical teachings. And
He's asking you how.
How will we know?
Yes, how do you know that is what he's asking.
Well, as a casual reader, right? As a casual reader, all you would have to know that this literally happened. I'm speaking as far as the creation. Now, as far as with Ezekiel's vision, we'll read in the preceding verses. He was in Babylon by the river Kedar, and he was.
Man, it's all belief, man. That's what it is. Hey, Morpheus, I got your spell.
Brother
Reggie,
Gideon.
can you share the screen when you get after
Hold on, please. Don't come on. Let me please let Gideon please finish. Let Gideon finish, please.
Let Gideon finish.
Man, it's just belief, man. Y'all trying to corner him up with some.
Oh my God! Would you stop it? But let the brother talk.
Man.
When we read the creation story, we can take that as literal, but if the writer
that's what I'm saying. How do you know it's literal? I understand
it presents itself in the text as to be taken as literal.
So are you saying? Watch this now. So are you saying right
in the beginning, Yahweh and earth separated the waters, the upper firmament?
Say that.
Well, I'm not speaking verbatim, but paraphrasing. That's how it says it. So it's giving the reader the cues to understand that this is literally happened. Now, if you want to believe it literally happened, that's on you. But the way the reader is portraying it and the way the genre is laid out is to be taken as literal.
Not the reader, the author. I'm talking about the author, not the reader.
No, the author written it. Yeah, is to be taken as literal, and the reader then the reader would interpret it that way. Now, with that being said, that's just for the casual reader. But to affirm what I'm saying, there is a metaphysical understanding to it. If you go to the Antiquity of the Jews, I want to say chapter 3. Josephus tells us when he's talking about creation that.
So this is philosophy now, right?
Finished because I'm almost finished. Josephus not only says it happens as thus, but there is a philosophical understanding to it as well. He actually said he was going to write a book about it, but he never got to it. So I hope that answered your question. I don't know if it did, but.
Actually, it didn't, but I appreciate your attempt. But thank you.
The way the author wrote it and the way the way the reader reads it, it was written to be taken literal, and it's written to be read as taken as literal.
So do you take the Adam and Eve story with the serpent and all that stuff? Is that literal to you?
I take that literal, yeah.
So you take that literal that a woman had a conversation with a serpent and blah 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 blah. That's literal.
Yeah, I take that as literal.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Move on.
That's one of the reasons why I can appreciate Brother Reggie, because he's actually putting everybody on a level playing field. See, he's not giving y'all the wiggle room. I don't know if this is intention or not. He's not giving y'all the wiggle room to fanciful and make up stuff about Egypt when y'all see things that y'all don't may happen or not like. He's making it like nah, this is what it says and this is what it is. So I'm just
I'm just
telling
stuck with.
you how it's laid out. It's laid
No,
out.
that's cool. But I'm just surprised. Me myself, I'm surprised that you believe or accept, right? That a serpent talked, that actually had a conversation with a woman, and you think that literally happened.
Hey, bro, I don't know if you with evolution or not, but those people literally believe a fish start doing push-ups and transform into a man. Like they literally believe that. So
All right.
that's
So
what they
wait, let
think,
me stop.
and
Let
that's
me
what I
stop.
think. I'm a roll. I'm a roll with the fate of my ancient African ancestors. And hey, Reggie, but I didn't mean to like. But
Wow.
No, it's good. I just want to stop because bingo, E1B Afro said the most important thing. A reader could also take a fictional story literal. Literal has nothing to do with being fictional or non-fictional, family. It doesn't
Mm.
have anything to do with being fictional or non-fictional. To be literal has everything to do with meaning and the context. So we make the mistake of thinking that we are using colloquial terms out of context, right? Like Scooby Doo is literal. Scooby Doo is literal. It has nothing to do with being real, right? Fictional or non fictional. The fact of the matter is that it exists in nature and we understand it for what it is and it has a meaning. That's what literal is. Well, and Scooby Doo is Scooby Doo. It's a cartoon. Now, to
Mm.
Scooby Doo and make it something else, metaphorical or something else, or add to it, then it's no longer Scooby Doo. So the stories in the ancient world, they are taken as literal to the believers or to the people that are researching it. This is how we find out what someone said, right? What they said someone said. It becomes literal. Now, the if it changes, then it's no longer, it could be metaphorical, it could be other type of things, but we don't know, we misuse the word literal. So I had that debate because the debate is look, you, if you're going to have a debate and you're going to be the person that originates something, please do not be vague and please do not be contradictory. I took the debate because the statement that the netters are real, not literal, not actual, we're talking about forces and energy, right? That move or control the universe. I thought it was incoherent. I thought that it was contradictory. It made no sense, and it was vague. So I took the debate because the author of the statement made a vague statement that could not be proven. Right. So that's why I took the debate. Right. I took the debate. You call it hate. You call it I'm jealous. You call it everything I want. But what I'm saying is that if you don't define what you're talking about as literal directly, in this case, it was the Neteru. So the Neteru are real, but they're not literal and they're not actual. Make that shit make sense to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, it be specific? Did a specific clause or sentence, was that literal or was that metaphorical? Right? You could,
So
yes.
no, go ahead, finish. I'm saying,
No, I'm
go
just
ahead.
saying, make sense when we talk on these channels and it leads to debates. We need to know what or the terms in the way the terms or the person is using the term. You just can't pull something out your butt cheeks and then put it on the table and then act like I said it and don't want to retract it or quantify it.
Speaking of that, Reggie, I just seen
So
this black man. He just made a very. He said, I can't. It's off the screen now, but he said literal is real, Reggie. You messed that up. Actually, it's Jabari who made that comment, and he the one that said the netters are real, but they're not literal. So
Right.
bias.
So
That's real bias.
Reggie criticized that the term, the netters are real, they're not literal, they're not actual. Reggie criticized that as being incoherent, vague, contradictory, and making no sense.
Yeah,
So,
I'm gonna jump off.
Where you going, Morpheus?
Real quick,
Don't leave yet,
Gideon.
Morpheus.
Hold on. Gideon.
Don't go nowhere.
Hold up, chill. Hey, Gideon, I like that build that you and I just had. So let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this. Let's say we find a manuscript, right? An ancient manuscript. That ancient manuscript says that there was a town called Babylon. Now, through archaeology and excavations, we find a town, that ancient town, and it had inscriptions that said Babylon. Good, right? You say, wow, cool. Now, in that same manuscript, it says that it was a king of Babylon called Mupuk. And let's say we do the archaeology, right? The excavation, and we find evidence of that. We say, okay, cool. That's great, right? Now, let's say in that same manuscript, it says that King Malachi flew in the sky. Am I now to take the part of the king flying in the sky as being, as you say, Reg, actual or real or true?
No.
I can't tell you how to interpret it, but the writer, the person that wrote it, meant for you to take it as literally happening.
Right.
Yeah,
so, but I'm saying,
for example, Dr. York and the Planet Riz and all of that stuff. All of that stuff is literal because he meant it to be, to have a meaning.
Right.
Doesn't mean that it's true. Certainly doesn't mean it's true. But we talk about it. We understand what he was talking about, whether we agree with it or disagree with it.
Right. Exactly.
Right. So, yeah.
So in the early Bible, Jesus Jesus came out of the cave out of the tomb, and there was a cross that followed him that talked and grew into the heavens.
Right.
The people that wrote it to be literal, whether they were telling the truth or not. It's part of the Apocrypha. It exists. Literal has a lot to do with existence. Doesn't mean that it's true. Doesn't mean any of that, but it has a meaning, right? So when we read the Greek words of this Apocrypha, where the cross comes out talking, right, and rising, well, people didn't want to put it in the Bible. It became Apocrypha, but it was meant to be part of the Bible. It was
meant to be taken literal, yeah, unless it's a Gnostic book if you're talking about, but you know,
but who's making who's making these decisions about what's, you know what I mean, should be Apocrypha, which ones, you know what I mean, what goes inside? Because we're talking about a canon, right? So there's a council of people that's sitting around a goddamn table and they're saying, hey, yeah, let's take this one, yeah, let's exclude that one. Right. You know what I mean? So there's a council of people who's making the decisions. For example, the book of Revelation almost didn't make it in the canon. Right? I'm sure you're aware of that, Gideon, right?
Right. So when we looking at the text and
who's the we?
No, wait, Gideon, stay right there. He said the book of Revelations almost didn't make it canon. Was you aware?
Who
said it didn't make? Who said that?
Wait, let Gideon answer.
Stop, Gideon. You said that's not true.
Yeah, that's not true.
Who said that?
Hold on, stop,
please, everybody. When are you saying it was when it was put in there?
Can everybody stop for 1 second? Hey, brother Suntan,
Yes.
Can you ask the question from AI? Did Book of Revelation almost didn't make it into the canon? Can you do that real quick?
You know,
please.
I don't really do that.
And I can tell you why.
I tap in it. I can type it in the.
No, do the Google. Do Google. Whatever.
Yeah,
whatever.
I don't
that's
do
fine.
AI like that.
Well, Google is pretty much.
Do that, and we're gonna get back to what we was talking about.
Right. We get back to that, but this is important.
You said the Revelation. Say that again, Morpheus.
The Book of Revelation almost did not make the canon.
Okay. I got it.
Because my argument that I'm showing that there's some committee or council, whatever you want to call this, that's making the decisions on what we read, right? As you know what I mean, and being authoritative or whatever, right?
That's a fact.
All right, go ahead, Suntan. Let me know if you got it.
Hold on. Right. Oh, interesting. Just one second. Yes, the book of Revelation nearly didn't make it into the Bible. Early Christian leaders debated its authenticity and theological tone as is apocalyptic imagery and complex symbolism was controversial. Some questions whether it was okay. That's enough.
No. You should have kept going, but that's good. That's good enough.
Somebody was trying to talk.
Keep reading. Go ahead. A little more.
Some questions whether it was written by Apostle John or aligned with unorthodox teaching. Despite skepticism, it was eventually accepted due to its widespread use of worship, perceived apostolic authority, and aligned with the border Christian astrological illusion reflect the dramatic process of canon formation rather than a fixed decision.
Right. So, okay, thank you. So what we got from that, what we just read, from what the brother just read, right? Did it confirm what I said or not?
Well, it said like a council discussed it and they decided that it would be advantageous to put it in because it relates more to what was going on.
But did it say, the first part you read, that it almost didn't make it,
right?
That's what I said.
Yeah,
that's the point that I'm making.
That's what it said here.
Right, so when the canon was being developed and created, that book, Revelation, was the last to make it in.
Right.
Now, the point that I'm making in this argument is that there's a council, a group of people who's choosing and making the decisions and saying, hey, so these people are pretty much controlling, right, what you read. Right? They're controlling what you read. Certain things that doesn't conform to what they want you to read, they're going to put this in the category, and we're going to call it apocrypha, right? Which means the hidden, right? So that means now your perception of what is, holy books or God's words, so forth, is actually being picked and chosen and altered, right, by a group of people.
That were not divine.
Morpheus,
that did not have divine. This council didn't have divine inspiration.
So when was the Bible canonized?
Morpheus, let me say this.
It's not one single date.
Brother, let me say this.
It actually is.
Damn. Morpheus, let me say this to you. Everything you said was correct, right? So at the end of the day, it's going to take the person who reading to believe it.
I don't disagree with you.
That's
not his point.
That's my final word on it.
Wait, Harvin. That's not the point I was making, but I don't disagree with what you're saying, but that's not the point. Go ahead, Harvin.
No, you're right. That's not the point of contention here.
Right.
What's the point, Harvin?
Morpheus will tell you. I know the
No,
point he
you
making.
tell me, because you've been diving
himself.
in, Harvin, and you my man. So you tell me.
The point of contention is that what we have a group of people that are not divinely inspired by God, determining what should be and what shouldn't be considered divinely inspired by God, given to us as our canon.
Who said
What
those
we call
people
the
weren't
Bible.
divinely? Who said that
Because
they were?
they're not mentioned in none of the texts that they claim is divine themselves.
So you gonna just make the assumption that they're not divine?
No, what I'm saying is their culture,
Okay.
that they're scholars, like a scholar would break down Egyptian texts. These are a council of people that are not prophesied or mentioned of by the word of God, and what they take as the word of God to be divinely inspired. There's no evidence of that. So the preponderance of evidence does not say that they're divine at all. They're just a council of Europeans coming up and telling you what should be
y'all to see if y'all
and what shouldn't be.
when was it canonized?
1 second, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when was the Bible canonized, Morpheus?
To my knowledge, what, in the 3rd century, 3rd, 4th century, something like that?
Not 4th century, right? So that's what you're basing your analysis on. Because
Gideon, is that a one single date, or was there multiple different canons? For example,
hold on. I'm not even gonna be long.
You cut, brother,
I'm not
you
even
cut me
gonna
off, so it should be fair. It should be fair that I can cut you off. Because every time you talk, I was quiet. I was quiet when you talk, brother.
Question. So now I'm gonna have to answer 2 questions. But go ahead.
So is that 4th century date talking about the Nicene Council? And then what date would you give the Ethiopian canon, which is different from the King James canon?
Okay, so again, when was
what happened?
In that canonization, that's when the book of Revelation was included, right? But this is what you got to understand. Well, at least both of y'all got to understand. They was questioning that amongst themselves, but it was no question in the very first beginning, like the 2nd century. If I'm not mistaken, and I think pretty much so, Irenaeus in his book Against Heresies, he lists the true books of the canon that were established at that time, by that time, which is hundreds of years before the formal canonization of the Bible.
Did not say it was multiple dates.
And in that book Against Heresies, Revelation was in that book. So at that time, the early time of the Christian church, when the books were being formulated and put together, Revelation was always in there. It was only when it got under the eye of the Catholic Church that they started questioning and doing all these, gymnastics. And if you know anything I teach, I don't follow that tradition. So to answer your question, Morpheus, the book of Revelation was never in question because it was in the book. It was listed as canon as early as the 2nd century. So,
Suntan.
Yeah. I'm here.
Suntan, you heard what Gideon just said, right?
Right.
Does that contradict what you just read?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I came on just to add to that. I can solve this problem.
No.
Hold on. He was asking me a question real quick, Apostle. What? Say that again, Morpheus.
I was asking with what he said. Does what you read contradict what he said?
Yeah, if you ask the question right to AI,
it don't match up.
Right.
It'll tell you they make a mistake. I'm telling you.
Because what was the no, come on, stop. So I'm asking. Oh my God, yo! I talk to y'all later, yo.
Quick, Apostle. I want to hear what he. Go ahead. What you were saying, Morpheus?
Morpheus, what I'm. Stop. What I'm asking.
We can't have a conversation like this.
Yeah, I asked a specific question, right? And my specific question was the book of Revelation almost didn't make the cut in the canon? That's the question that I asked.
Right.
Right?
In the 4th century.
I
That's
didn't ask. Oh my God, yo! I talk to y'all later, yo. I can't do this.
Oh man, I wanted to ask you about these spells, Morpheus. Now you put me out there. I want you to correct it. It's these
No, I can't.
Morpheus, hold on, Morpheus. I'll let Apostle answer. I'll let Apostle answer once you finish.
Man,
Go ahead, Morpheus.
No,
I don't know if a point. Hey, Morpheus, go ahead, man. I'm gonna let you flow.
We have a Bible today. That's the canon. That everyone has.
Right.
We don't have the canon from the 2nd century. The canon that we have, everybody has in their home, in their house, in the hotels, in the drawer. Everybody, we have the canon, right, of the 4th century. That's the canon I'm working with, right? I'm not working with no 2nd century first because it doesn't matter. We're looking at the final canonization. That's the one I'm talking about. Right? And I said that in that canon, Revelation almost didn't make the cut. That's what I said.
Right.
Okay. And then Suntan looked it up and it confirmed exactly what I said.
Right.
So then what? So where? Oh my God!
That was the canon of the Catholic Church. Oh, the Vulgate Bible.
The canon that we have today. Listen, the canon that we have today. I'm talking about the canon that we have today that everyone has in their house. That canon.
That canon is different. That came in the 5th century.
Oh my God.
By the Protestants. That canon.
That's why I say Morpheus. That's why I don't.
No, wait, hold on.
I don't believe.
Wait. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this way. We're gonna do it the round table way.
Right.
So everybody is going to get 2 minutes, not interrupted. Right. I don't care if you disagree or whatever the case. So it's 10:20. We're gonna be finished this by 10:40, right? So all right. So let's start with let's just start with Elder Suntan. You got 2 minutes?
Okay, real quick. I got about 2 minutes. Here we go. What Morpheus said, what it almost didn't make it into his question was, did Revelation almost didn't make it into the Bible? And I read it and it said a council got together and they discussed it and it almost didn't make it in. Then Gideon proceeded to say that he came up with some things about the timeline and it kind of took it off course. So my whole thing is this, and I'll let somebody else talk. Man wrote this stuff and it's all belief. It's what you believe that counts and what's literal. So somebody else can go after that. But what Morpheus said was it almost didn't make it in there. And like, I'm just going to be honest. I didn't know that even existed, that it didn't almost make it in there. So Gideon's rebuttal was it was a different time period. So I'm done.
Okay, so thank you. So my friend Apostle, he has been waiting. He's not been talking. He's been cut off. My friend Apostle is going to get his 2 minutes. Wait, 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I want to share my screen.
Okay.
Real quick.
Okay, so somebody's got to take off their screen.
I'll take this off. Hold on. Hey, Morpheus, we'll get back on that another time. Because I know spell is just magic. So there it goes. It's moved off.
Okay, y'all see it on my screen?
Yeah.
Oh,
who canonized the Bible?
Yeah.
Let me take this other stuff off, right? So let me take this show comments on the screen so it can be clear. And I'm gonna take off my little cash apps that I ain't getting none. So I'm gonna take that off. And Apostle Zaquan is you get 2.5 minutes.
Okay. You see this the source is from BibleNet topic Bible canon. Okay, this is not my source. This is a primary source. I ain't got a lot of time, so I really don't want to read it. But there's been more than one kind. There was a Jewish canon before there was ever a Christian canon, and that was in the very 1st century.
or even BC, when the Jewish people did their canon of the Old Testament, Tanakh. So then after that, you got in three, you can read this, but in 394, the Catholic Church canon their Bible, which was the Catholic Bible, the Gulf, I can't think of the name now, but their Bible was written in Africa, in Carthage, and it was translated by Jerome in Latin. This canon was done before 400. But then when the Protestant church started making their move in the late 5th, 5th, 6th century, before the King James Bible came out, Martin Luther and them came in with a different canon. The Catholic Church didn't have a problem with the book of Revelation or any of the other 81 books. I got their Bible and it has 81 books in it.
15 seconds.
So the time, wow. But what I'm saying is that's the second canon of the Christian Bible. For say, you got the Catholic Bible, one version, and then in the second Bible with the Protestants, yes, they argued over Revelations. They argued over Philemon. They even argued over the Songs of Solomon. Hardly all of these books got rejected because they had a strict guideline which they were following. And if it didn't meet the guideline, they rejected it.
Okay, Apostle, we got to get you on the second round. I gave you more time because you have been waiting, and this is what you study. Okay, so who's next?
Me.
Who's me?
Morpheus.
Oh, Morpheus. Yo, it came in like thunder. Morpheus is next. Okay, so Apostle, you gotta prove this. Go ahead.
Nothing that he just said impeached my point that Revelation was almost not added to the canon. We jumped around Martin Luther. We jumped around all these other case books and canons and time frame. None of that impeached my point.
Right.
And my point. Oh my God. Yo, it's like I can't talk. As soon as I talk, he jumps in.
No,
it's like, what's going on?
Brother, I'm not trying to impeach you.
I'm not saying you're trying to impeach me. It's like Reggie set the rules and said everybody got 2 minutes, and as soon as I said 10 seconds or something, you jumped in.
Well, okay, that's it. Excuse Apostle. Excuse Apostle.
Challenging you. I'm not challenging you, brother.
Yeah, excuse Apostle.
That's all.
Right.
Okay,
right.
Morpheus.
Okay, so all right, Apostle. All right, cool. Peace and love to you, bro. I apologize. I apologize, Elder. I apologize to you too. Only thing that I'm trying to, the point that I'm trying to get to, right, and what I was saying, because everything you said was 100% correct as far as the dates and different canons and so forth. No argument at all. The point that I was making when I brought up Revelation was showing how there's a council of people, you feel me, that's making decisions on what we're reading. That's the point that I was trying to drive home. There's a group of people, a council, whatever you want to call them, that are that are the deciding people of what we read, of what we consume. This group is taking books and saying, hey, this doesn't conform to what we want, so let's put this in this category and we're going to call that Apocrypha. Okay, because this is not going to, doesn't conform to what we want to be the acceptable standard, you know what I mean, of reading material. That's the only point. That's why when I brought up Revelation, that was a perfect example of why I brought up the book of Revelation. And I said that almost didn't make it based on this council of this group of people. That's the only argument I was making.
Okay, so that's a fact, right? It almost didn't make it in. Now we're gonna go to.
Hey, Reggie, can I answer that?
Okay, well, Apostle.
Just a second. 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
I'm saying Revelation wasn't the only book that almost didn't make it in.
You're right.
Their council. Philemon
Right.
didn't
No, I agree.
make it because they thought Philemon was a personal letter from Paul to a pastor.
Thank you. So, Apostle. So, real quick, Reg. So you're helping my argument, right? Because you just added.
Argument.
He said he's not against your argument. Now we're gonna move on.
Okay. Well, let me say this, and I gotta go. I wasn't saying that you're against my argument, and I appreciate that you actually added more. You feel me? You added more meat. You added more meat.
I'm adding to your. That's why the King James Version took their apocryphal out.
So I'm gonna give you 2 more minutes if you're planning to go. If you're not planning to go, fine. So
yeah. I'm gonna jump off. I'm gonna let y'all go, but I was just saying I appreciate that, Apostle, because you added more meat to the plate, right? Which is what the main argument I was about. There's a group of people, a council that's deciding what we read. You feel me? Right. That's all. Right. That's my whole point.
Right.
Okay.
But also, they took books away that's in other books. Not only did they almost take books away, they actually took books away. Because when the Catholic Church put their apocrypha in, they didn't install their apocrypha first when they first did it. That's why when King James, which went by the letter of the Vulgate Catholic Bible, put their apocrypha in when it was first made. Then the second round, they took their apocrypha out of the King James Bible, thereby leaving it with 66 books and not 84 books. But these canons went on throughout the years. It just wasn't one canon. That's all I'm trying to tell y'all. Even they talk about Marcion. Marcion talked about a canon, but he died long before a Christian canon could be established. Before a Christian canon could be established.
So Apostle, we're gonna hold on. You on fire, right? But I do got let me see. I got Gideon and I got Harwin. Harwin's been waiting the longest. So Harwin, you got your 2 minutes.
Yeah. I understood where Morpheus was coming from the beginning when he asked Gideon about how do we determine what's metaphoric, allegory, or literal, etc., etc. And the answer to that, Gideon, if you're still here, would have been the grammar, bro. So if you was to ask me and brother Reggie about the sa.neter in the text written in the sa.neter, and you say, hey, brother Reggie, is this literal or is this allegorical? Matter of fact, Reggie did that to me one time on the show. He said, Harwin, is this literal? Is this actual? Is this happening? And I'm like, yeah. And I used the grammar to show why. Well, you can do that same thing with the Hebrew language, bro.
Yeah, Indian, whatever.
So
IBM, Glenn, whatever the hell you talking about, you ain't teaching me nothing. You ain't Asiatic brother, don't know what the hell you talking about. I have a personal Dead Sea Scroll.
All right, who next, man? Apostle, keep diving in. We ready to go.
I was talking to the chat. You should have been able to understand that. Okay. Because I'm getting tired of this Lynn character. Keep coming up here talking about.
Was that 2 minutes?
Nah, it really wasn't.
Okay,
but
so
you
Harwin,
stopped.
did you finish? Did you finish? You got some more?
Nah, I don't think that was 2 minutes.
No, but I'm sorry.
You didn't get 2 minutes. You got another minute.
So I'll just say that the canon, again, to Morpheus's point, the canon that we have is decided to us by people that shouldn't be deciding it. Thus, they're basically deciding our fate if you choose to believe in that Bible.
Right. There you go.
Okay.
It's all about
God's word.
Yes, sir. I'm done.
God's word will always reach its intended point. Man can't stop God's word. So I'm not worried about that. People can argue about how, I'll tell you, the Bible is not unilaterally 100% accurate. I'll let you know that. But it cannot stop God's word. Now, how are you going to teach me about Marcion and I got his book and you don't have the book, man?
All right, who next?
So I'm gonna let Gideon. I'm gonna let Gideon close this session out, but we got Patterson finally on. So Patterson is on, and then we got Gideon Capone. But I'm gonna squeeze him in before Gideon, because Gideon is on. Gideon is gonna get you. So Patterson, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Y'all can hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, Reggie, I want to go back to the literal, real, and allegorical. I asked your opponent this question, but I couldn't get really a good grip or answer what he conveyed. So all of us heard the saying, "The city that never sleeps," right?
Yes.
Reggie, you live in New York, of course. I'm from New York, but have you ever been to the New Jersey, looked over the Hudson River?
Yeah.
Have you ever? All right. So when you look over the Hudson River, you see a lot of lights.
Yeah.
You see cars, things like that. It looks like the city's still active, right?
Correct.
Okay. So we know people sleep in the city. Correct. So let's say, because I used to do security, right? I used to work overnights. So I'm up. And then when I go home and go to sleep, somebody's waking up. And then you got other cars, you see people in the city. So it does look like the city is still active. So what I'm asking you is, with the terminology, the city that never sleeps, how would you apply that?
Oh, that's metaphorical.
Hold on. Let me finish, because again, if it's metaphorical, you got people who really sleep though. You understand what I'm saying? Literally. Right. You see what I'm saying? What makes up a city is people, places, and things. Just like the noun is people, places, and things. You got things in the city that's active: cars, people, rats, cats, dogs, whatever, right? These animals don't sleep, but it makes up the city. That's why I'm trying to get a good grip. Like when I asked your opponent that question, right, I couldn't really get a good answer because he kind of skated over the answer. I couldn't really get a good idea. And I wanted to ask both of y'all that when y'all was both on the panel. That way I could understand literal, real, allegorical, metaphorical, and things of that nature. So again, I'm gonna ask you again. And people, y'all can help me out. Other people on the panel can help, but I'm directing to you, Reggie. So how would you break it down and then apply that to the nexus?
Okay, well, I'm gonna do it this way. The city is literal, right?
Right.
Now, the sentence about the city is metaphorical, right? The sentence itself, right, is metaphorical. It's a statement, but the statement stretches what the city is. The city doesn't really ever sleep, right? The city is a population of people and structures, or structures that people live in. That's the city, a community. It does not sleep. The people, right? Some sleep and some don't. But what we're dealing with is whether we're dealing with a particular word, right? The city, or we're dealing with the phrase. The problem is, in this vague conversation that I had, we was talking about the word neter and neteru, and what the literal meaning of that is. Only that, not the phrases. The phrases can be metaphorical, they could be allegorical. We were arguing whether or not, or we should have been arguing whether or not that concept, that word neter, is it a literal word? That's what we were arguing. Everything else is BS. right? Everything else is skating. Everything else is confusing. We want to know, is that word, which is a triliteral word, neter, right? And neteru is still triliteral, but with a suffix, right? That adds a group to it, right? Neter is the singular. Neteru is the group, right? We want to know the meaning of that word and as it is applied, was it literal or not, right? The problem is that my opponent never gave you ever a definition of the neter in the whole debate. He never described what a neter was. He said that he never gave you the meaning of the neter. He described it as symbolic. That's the problem with those types of debates. We were supposed to be talking about the meaning of the neter and where you can best find it, and you can only find it in the lexicon, and the lexicon says God, divine, and Dr. Richetti and Obenga and Infidisi gloss it as existence. That's that. That was a whole. That was supposed to be the whole debate. The debate was how you describe it. The debate was what's in the lexicon. What do the experts say that the word means? Not what him, his shrine, his followers, his adherents, his not. I don't care about that. I care. I'm going to give you the definition of the neter, and I'm going to give you glosses of the neter, and then I'm going to say, is it literal? It is literal because it is a triliteral word that exists in the lexicon, that has morphology, that when you look at it, people actually have tombs, practices, elements of worship, etc. That's it. That's all I want to say about that. I really want to deal with tomorrow or the neteru actual.
Like real quick, can I let me cap this off real fast. Let me cap it off. The neters, right? Because I'm a novice at this. I'm still learning. You know what I'm saying? But of course, you know I'm a Christian. Nevertheless, the neters, let me get it clear. Are the neters actual beings, or and you said the neterus? Who's the neters and who's the neterus? That's what I want to ask.
Okay. The neter is glossed as or translated as God, divine, or important parts of existence. The neteru or manifestations of that, meaning it could be the grouping of all neters, right? It could be resulting elements of the neters. It could be forces and energy of the neters, right? But what we know is that in the text, specifically in the Coptic, we know that there's a story of Isis, Horus, right? And Jesus, all in one story. And Isis, Jesus, and Horus are all divine agents, and they have a conversation with each other. So we know from the Christian point of view that they believe that the neters were literal, right? Because they used it, and then ultimately Isis says, "Don't go to me for healing, right? Go to Jesus Christ." That's what the Coptic text. So we have two different groups agreeing that these are all divine agents. So we find that they are literal there. We also know that they're literal because Eusebius and the rest of them listened to Manetho, and they was like, yeah, but we disagree. It was, if you disagree on something, they disagreed They disagreed with the story. They did not disagree that the netters were not literal. They knew that the Egyptians believed in it, right? So they were literal to the ancient Egyptians, but the Christians saying, nah. So that's all I want to say about that. So we have
Yeah.
we have
Let me say this. I'm gonna get off. But you talking to a brother right now, me, that been going to the Coptic church for 13 years. I go to the Bible study every Sunday, man. You know what I'm saying? They believe in Christ wholeheartedly. And my suggestion for this panel or this platform, right, is to bring some Abunas up here, some Coptic Abunas. Also, now I'm trying. I tried to call, but they're real busy. I'm gonna try to get one or two on here one day. But also, and speaking of the Catholic Church, I suggest you try to get some some Catholic priests or clergy up here to talk about the canon and the Council of Nicaea, the Council of Trent. Jabari's nah. He jumped off the ship, man. Jabari jumped off the ship. He jumped off the ship though, man.
But it don't matter. I talk to many Catholics. There's no difference.
He jumped off. Hey, Apostle, he jumped off the ship, B. I listen to a lot of Catholics. I listen to a lot of, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm drenched in there, B.
Okay, well, I'm gonna move. Patterson, thank you so much. You can stay on, but GD and Capone, I've heard him speak before, so he's gonna speak. He's gonna speak his speak. GD Capone, you're on live. You got two minutes.
Can y'all hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, shalom. Peace to the panel. Thank you, Brother Reggie, for allowing me to come up. What the brother was just saying about the city that never sleeps. It's a phrase, I think it's attached to New York, right?
Yeah.
Okay, New York City. So the reason why it's given that idiom or phrase is because it doesn't. I guess New York don't have a time where everything gets closed down.
Right.
Like when things close down, it's constantly all the major
TV
businesses
on all night.
are open, possibly 24/7. You know what I'm saying? Like here, I stay in Chicago. Majority of our stuff closed down like around 3 o'clock at night, 3 o'clock midnight. You know, so that's why I believe. And in other places, it's much earlier. Like you go other places in the Midwest or like in Texas and stuff like that. They have a cutoff. They have a cutoff time, like 9 o'clock or something like that, where everything is closed. But anyway, I got up here because Harwin said something crazy when he was talking about I don't know if he could repeat it, but it sounded crazy to me when he was saying that something about people authorizing what we should read or what we should go by. If he could restate that, I'd address what he's saying and show him why it's fallacious.
I think Morpheus said that, but Harwin.
No, you said I said somebody authorized it. I didn't say anybody authorized anything. I said they made the canon.
Right. So
set up
and I said that they are not divine. They're not mentioned in no prophetic text to even take that position as if they are divine to tell us what's canon and what's not.
Right. That's what you said. So these weren't just regular people. These was
scholars,
bishops.
allegedly scholars.
Hold on. They was bishops of the first of some of the first churches. Right, so they absolutely had authority, and not only that, they had authority. It's the same way as you take a scientist's word today for their profession. This was their duty, was to deliver you the gospel. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we can't just say,
"Oh, these people." Are you equating science to religion?
No,
according to
I
the
made
Bible,
I made an example.
divinely
I used
inspired
an
by
example.
God.
It's not a.
Okay, so
I
that's
made an example.
it's a false equivalency.
I didn't make an
Because
equivalency. I made an example. An example, right? I was just showing you how somebody's profession, how you take somebody's people take
yeah,
their
they can be
profession
professionals. I
seriously.
call them
No,
scholars. They can
hold on. They
take it
take
serious,
their
but people can be
right. They
serious and
take their
make
profession
mistakes.
serious.
For
So
example,
serious. Hold on. Listen. So serious that these people died for it. Right? They died for what they believed in and for what they did. Now,
that doesn't mean they didn't make mistakes.
yeah, I ain't say that they didn't make mistakes.
But that was
Now,
the whole point. The point is that those people have our fate in their hands, and they don't have the right to tell us what's canon and what's not. I don't care if they are professionals, because I can read
well,
Hebrew myself, bro. I can read Greek myself, bro. I can tell you right now they don't have the book of Enoch in the modern day canon, but yet the book of Jude in the New Testament saw it fit to quote it as a prophecy. They don't have the book of Joshua in the canon, but the book of Joshua in the Old Testament. 1 second, brother. The book of Joshua in the Old Testament saw fit to quote it. So why did they make those mistakes? Because they men that's not inspired by God.
All right. So you touched on a lot of different things, and bringing in red herrings. So
I'm not bringing in red herrings. I use an example to show you.
I'll address your red herrings about the.
Do you know what red herring means?
Yes, you bringing in something that it don't have nothing to do. The book of Joshua and Jude don't have nothing what we talking about. Men
yes,
being qualified to have a consensus. Can I finish, bro? Joshua and Jude don't have nothing to do with men being qualified in their profession to deliver the text that they swear to deliver. That don't have nothing to do with it.
That wasn't the point I made. I didn't say nothing about qualified. I said no, I didn't. I did not mean that. What I said was clear. Don't interpret what I said, brother. What I said was clear. Right now, you're red herring because I never said they wasn't.
No, I haven't brought up a red herring.
You have, because in fact I called them scholars. I never said they wasn't qualified from the position of being a scholar.
You did say they wasn't
what
qualified.
I said was they wasn't qualified from. You're not listening, bro. What I said was they're not qualified to be divinely inspired by God. Those are two separate statements. So you are red herring, not me.
Okay, hold on. So this is the thing. The divinely inspired part. Hold on, listen, bro. You're getting all this stuff. You're getting all this stuff wrong. The divinely inspired part came from the text being translated into Greek, the Septuagint. That's what was divinely inspired.
So who translated into Greek?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me explain. Because when they put these priests from Jerusalem, these priests from Jerusalem in separate rooms, and they came up with the same text. Each one of them. Hold on. They came up with the same text. Each one of them. They said that this must be divinely inspired. That's where that comes from.
Okay, so that's incorrect.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Now, when you get to the New Testament, the people that vouch for the Gospels are people who were followers of people who actually knew the apostles, who actually knew what they was preaching, right? Who had a good recognition of what they was preaching. And the synoptic gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, it was a consensus, bro. That's what I'm saying. You can't take out the consensus. We take scholarly consensus today. You see what I'm saying? So if a consensus of bishops, if they get together and they say, oh, this is what we should be, this is what we should teach. This other stuff it's okay to teach, but not to everyone. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't see why you say there's something wrong with that. It's stuff that's being hidden in science.
You're not listening. You're not listening.
Sure.
I never said. First of all, the statement you said. One second,
okay, 1 second. Harwin, you got 1 minute. GD Capone, you got 1 minute. Then I gotta go to Elder Suntan and Apostle Zaquan, and then well, Gideon is next. Then
I'll wait till we last.
yeah,
However you want to do it, brother Reggie.
I
However you want to
really
do
ain't got nothing to say. I was just responding to Capone.
okay,
He was making a
you
few
always
errors.
got something to say, Apostle. So you're gonna get your 1 minute. So Harwin, 1 minute right now.
With a name like GDN Capone, I figure you're from Chicago, brother. I expect more from you.
I already said I was from Chicago.
So
if you was listening, you would have heard that.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't hear that. Well, clearly I didn't. But I got 1 minute. Can I go with 1 minute straight without interruption? Is that cool with you?
Go ahead, bro.
So you said that nothing. It was completely the same in the text from the Septuagint to the modern text, sir. That's incorrect. All we got to do is go to Deuteronomy 32. You can't. I get it. I understand. But all you got to do is go to Deuteronomy chapter 32, verses 8 through 9. And you will see the Septuagint say something different from the Masoretic text. The Masoretic text and the Septuagint say something different from the Dead Sea Scrolls, Deuteronomy 32:89. So that's why I asked you, what scholars translated from these alleged Hebrew texts into the Septuagint? You don't know is the answer. Nobody knows. There's no consensus on who knows that. But here's the consensus, since you like to quote consensus when it's convenient. The consensus says that those are two different concepts, and the Septuagint might be slightly close because the word angelos is there. But in Deuteronomy 32, 8 through 9, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it talk about sons of the Elohim. But in your Masoretic text, it says sons of Israel. Nobody divinely inspired would make that simple mistake. We can do the same thing with the book of Psalms. We can do the same thing with we can do the same thing with the book of Genesis, all the way to Malachi to Revelation, bro. Again, when I brought up the book of Enoch, it was not a red herring. It was because the people that made the canon decided to leave it out of the canon, but yet saw fit to leave Jude in there when Jude was quoting it as prophecy. So how could they leave out something that the book of Jude is calling prophecy? But they can be considered some type of authority over what we consider to be prophetic or something that's divine, when they are not considered divine themselves. They're just consensus from a man perspective of scholarly, and men make mistakes.
All right, did you finish? Because you said a lot, and you once
I know
again,
I did. You ain't gonna be able to address
once again,
you got don't ask him no questions. You got 1 minute and 1 minute and a half because he went over. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he said a lot, and once again he brought in red herrings, and he's misrepresenting what I said. I didn't say that the Septuagint was divinely inspired to the Masoretic text. I never said that. I said that the priest that came from Jerusalem, when the who was it, Philadelphia, when he put them in a room, in separate rooms, and they was to translate the Torah, they all had the same thing. So he said, oh, there's no way that this could happen. This must be divinely inspired. That's what I said. You bringing up these red herrings, Jude, Enoch. If you study the councils, you will know that Jude was disputed as well. It was a dispute about Jude because it had the book of language from the book of Enoch in it. So what happens is all right. The book of Enoch is found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, a fragment of it, and within that fragment, what I'm talking about, the book of Enoch. Man, I lost my train of thought about that. But anyway, Jude quotes the book of Enoch, and it was a dispute about that. That's part of the what's called this. I'm gonna land this. The canon was already decided before the Council of Nicaea, before any of those councils. It was already decided. I'm gonna I lost my train of thought.
Time. Okay, so let me see. There's still Gideon's last, but I'm gonna go to Apostles Aquan, then Elder Suntan. Gideon is last, and I'm gonna end the show.
The Council of Nicaea was in 325 AD.
Stay there, Hallway.
The Council of Nicaea had nothing to do with canon. What they was having discussion in the Council of Nicaea was the difference between Hermes and the Trinity, the divine effect of Christ. That's what they discussed. They determined that Christ was divine, that he was the incarnate God in the flesh, opposed to he was just a prophet. He was the Son of God, but he wasn't God. They came out with the Trinity. He's God in the flesh. That was in 325 AD. The first Christian canon was in when they created the Vulgate Bible in 394, which is the 4th century. So you're wrong about that, son. You said the 4 gospels, the 4 synoptic, 4 gospels, but they're not synoptic. Synoptic means alike. They sharing common things. And anybody that read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John know that John is different. He doesn't he does not go the same way that Luke, Mark, and Matthew does. I don't know why people get into the habit of saying the 4 synoptic gospels, but
that's a fact.
No, I said 3. Said
no,
3, Matthew, Mark, and Luke.
No. You said 4.
The synoptic gospels are. John is not part of the synoptic gospel.
Come on now, I'm talking.
Yeah, you gotta let him talk.
The brother tried to turn you on to the book of Joshua or Joshua. You went off talking about Joshua. Nobody was talking about Joshua. He said the book of Yasha. Christ even quoted the book of Yasha, which is another book along with Jubilees that were taken from the original King James Bible. They were once a part of the Bible. They're no longer. Within a year, they took them out. Now, there are books like the Gospel of Thomas that I would not agree with, that says Christ got down off the cross and went on to India and took Mary Magdalene and they had children. Now, I'm not going to believe that.
Okay, so great. So you're gonna have to stay tuned to another show. I'm glad we're having this conversation. I think Elder Suntan is next, and then Gideon, and then it's past my time. It's 11 o'clock.
All right. All right. Respect to everybody, man. As for me, I'm gonna remain as Gnostic, and remain on this journey of learning. Because there's so many different interpretations. You guys and here and all over the world can get together and discuss ideals and disagree, and we agree, and who's right, who's wrong. So until I, in my own personal journey, decipher right and wrong in my mind, I will remain agnostic. So peace to all y'all, and I do not down nobody's religion. Believe what you want to believe. I'm not going to sit there and argue with you about what you believe. So that's where I think our main contention should be on. It's not going into somebody else's paradigm trying to move it around, just respect a man for what he believes in, and let's leave it at that. So peace to y'all, brothers. And hey, Reggie, great show. You had a lot of evidence behind what you were saying. So it makes it all a little easier to understand when you can back it up with a little evidence, even though your ideals, still remain your ideals. Because I'm going to leave it at this. We all have our personal commentary after we get the facts together, and after we decipher everything, we still going to have our personal commentary about the subject matter. So peace.
Well, thank you so much. And Gideon gets to close out the show. He's been patient. He started a lot of this. He's gonna finish this.
Yeah, he's gonna finish it.
Appreciate it, man. All praise to the Most High. So hard one, bro. I definitely want to say, bro, you an astute brother, because you definitely, can read the sa.neter. And I'm speaking on the first point that you made. You definitely can read the sa.neter, but to keep it a buck, you probably reading it like the equivalency of like on a fourth grade level, maybe seventh grade level to the best. So when you saying that what I should have did when I was explaining creation is I should have told them the grammar points. So that's something basic. When I said, that you should have understood that when I said the author, the way the author wrote it, i.e., the way it's grammatically written, and the way the reader interprets that. So I didn't have to say all that. I don't have we don't need such basic social cues when reading the English. You know what I'm saying? Maybe in the meta that's true because it's a dead language and you gotta formulate and you gotta figure it out. It's not translated to English such as the Bible is. So, me saying the way the author wrote it is basically the same thing you said. I guess you just wanted to flex, your fourth grade reading level of meta. But second point, so when Morpheus made that statement, I didn't say none of us on the panel disagree with that, but he's saying it extremely out of context, and Harwin is too, because what you don't understand is that council was way in the 4th century. We have traditions from as early as the 2nd century of revelation being in the Bible, and the reason why at the Council of Rome that it was accepted because the populace would not let them take it out because it's such a tradition of being with the canonized books already established. So the scholars that GDN was talking about that was there at the Council of Rome when it was quote unquote canonized, the theologians, they had to make a move. They had to make their decisions off tradition and consensus and culture. That's like, the A&Rs at Atlantic Records coming up with biggest best hits and not putting Juicy on there. Like, that's not gonna happen. The people not gonna let that happen. So, again, they say a lot of stuff and it be shallow scholarship and it be taken way out of context. It's not proving their end point. So that's all I want to say, man. Appreciate, letting me have on. Shalom to y'all brothers, and I definitely believe that we should all give praises to the Most High in the name of Yahshua. Shalom.
Okay, so I'm getting ready to close. I see Harwin is here, but let me just say this. As far as the meta-nature is concerned, Harwin has great meta-nature skills. I know that you are talking about his analysis, but his reading of the meta-nature, for what I see, he's there, right? He's way better than high priest, right? Better. Comparing the Egyptian is always in its ancient Egypt is in its domain. The Bible is in its domain, right? The history of the Bible, well, people could say what is canonized or not. I think that Apostle is correct about the Vulgate. That's when the two books were put together. That's when it happened. It happened at the Vulgate. Apostle is correct. Prior to that, you have what you call the New Testament. The New Testament itself goes through its courses, through the various gospels when they come into being, and then you have the church fathers doing the so-called church fathers doing what they're doing, right? Marcion and the whole group of them doing what they're doing until we get and it was hell in Alexandria. Alexandria was a bloodbath. There was riots, right? So you have different sects, particularly the monasteric groups that were in the and they were warring with they were coming into town and warring with the other groups of people. So it was a mess, and Rome stepped in because it was hurting the empire. Rome only stepped in for itself because out in Egypt was the breadbasket, and there was riots, and Rome wasn't getting fed. So they stepped in, and then I don't want to be right now and make mistakes on the history of the Bible, but I'm pretty good with history. So I don't want to talk about it. So I think there's a lot of right on all sides, and there's a few things that we definitely need to actually explore further. So there are shows. There's Apostle does a show, and he might figure out some things where he will say, "Yo, these people are damn liars and silly." There is Morpheus show, right? Listen, Morpheus show with he has Christians and other groups of people on the show. They can deal with some of these issues. On ancient Egypt, the problem is we don't have on ancient Egypt. We really don't have a show. We do aspects of it, right? So today, what I wanted to do was do an aspect of ancient Egypt against the people I call the KM.Ts. Those are the people that read the meta-nature, and against the KEMETs, the feel goods, who don't read the meta-nature. They just feel a certain way. They feel they have they feel what's right and not without actual textual, real textual sources. So this whole thing today that I was trying to do with the Hapy Ankh, saying there wasn't a netter from the KEMT group, that they were wrong, that and you shouldn't listen to them. And I showed you why you shouldn't listen to them on this point. Now there might be another point that they might be right, but they're wrong on that. My debate with the literal, it's over, except for sa.neter is promoting a rewatch, and that's fine. We're going to go on to the other aspects of it, whether natural, literal, actual. For people who are interested in that, we're going to do that on a rhetoric frontier, and then I might come back and do another show summarizing or adding to it with my sources. So I want to thank everybody. I think that people do get some education from these shows, and we get to see various aspects of it. But my show today was trying to deal with the what I call the pseudo Kemetic community, not the ones that read the meta-nature, but the pseudos, and I'm trying to flush them out of the community. Like they're saying things that can easily be disproven, but and it's not one person, it's several people. And my debate was a good debate to begin to exploration of how can you say something about that culture and that language, and you don't have a good grasp of language, right? You don't know what a uniliteral, a biliteral, and triliteral, and guess, and all of those words are literal. That's why they're called unilaterals. A unilateral is a single word like N, and it has a meaning. M has a meaning, right? Those single alphabet, if you want to call it, have meanings. They have signs. They have meanings. How can you say it's not literal? Biliterals are literal. That's why ba, ka, all of those are literals because they're called biliterals. Triliterals, Nefer, Ankh, Hotep, what's the other one? Neter. They are all literal because they are triliterals. They are born literal. Now, what people want to do with that, the pseudos, they're not following any rules except for their self-titles. So you can hate me, you can love with me, you can love me, hate me, you can please don't disrespect me, and just watch the information. In the long term, this is going to be a slow burn. We're going to flush all these things out. And I'm glad that the Hebrew and the Christian community are interested in this subject like we are interested in their subject, right? And a lot of people getting a lot of things wrong, and we're here to flush it out. So with that said, I want to say good night. And let me
Saved
see.
by the bell, Gideon.
Oh, well, Harwin, you want to say something? You get 1 minute, Harwin.
Hey, Gideon. I've also read Hebrew up here too before. I don't know if you've seen me do that. So when Morpheus asked you a question of how, you never gave an answer of how. You never did. And
You
I
read
stayed quiet
Masoretic, right?
and I get
Morpheus never
yes, sir,
got to
yes,
his
sir. I know
point
that's
either.
apostle.
That was Masoretic, right?
Yes, sir. That was apostle,
Yeah.
right?
Bro, when I told him,
Yeah, yeah,
when I
yeah.
told him it's
But
how the
we can get
author
into
wrote
that
it,
sa.neter too.
that's how
But
you take it
Gideon.
as literal.
Harwin
The
was
way the
getting his
author
1
wrote it.
minute. Harwin was getting his 1 minute uninterrupted, and I'm closing the show. We can fight it out
Y'all be
another
peace,
day.
man. Y'all have peace, man. Enjoy
Yeah.
All right,
one another.
shalom, shalom.
Oh, before Harwin
Thanks,
closes
thanks for
out, I
letting
want
me
to
up.
thank. Before Harwin closes out, I want to thank Amin Ra McCarthy for the support, for my support. He made my night. I want to thank Kawante Warner, right? He came in second place. I want to thank Walker, Jay Walker. Amen. Peace. Thank you so much. Gregory, thank you so much. Dr. Daniel LaRoche, thank you so much. And Freedom, thank you so much. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cash apps. I never think that six people donating to donating to me is enough, because if everybody donated $5, if 193 people donated $1, then that would be fine, right? If I don't need 193 people donating $5, but that still would be fair, right? But some people buy donate to help me, because other people are not donating. So thank you, Amin Ra McCarthy, and thank you, Kawante Warner, for covering a few people on Dr. Daniel LaRoche and Freedom. So with that said, Harwin, you still had, I'll give you a minute. I'll give Gideon a minute. No insults. No insults. Both of you
No,
get a minute, get them out.
I appreciate the compliment he gave me, even though it was a little backhand. He said probably at the 4th grade level. That's cool, you know. But Gideon, I never seen you break down Hebrew language up here, bro. So when Morpheus asked you how, if he asked me that, I would have just simply showed him a verse and went to it and showed the grammar and how this is a metaphor and this is literal. But you didn't do that. You gave philosophy. And I'll land right there.
Okay. Gideon, you get your 1 minute, and then that's a wrap. Let me
Hey
turn it.
man, hey Arwen, it's all good, but I definitely respect your metal netta knowledge. I was just like, what I'm saying, just taking a little jab at you because you wasn't being fair to me. Because what I said is that the way we could tell it's literal is the way the author wrote it, and it's basically the same as you saying grammar, because sentence structure is grammar, and you get sentence structure from the author writing it. So I was just saying that we don't really have to, you know, uh, go into the in depthness of it as you have to with the meta netta with your knowledge of it. The simple Englishman can read it. So yeah, but I was, you definitely astute on it, and I seen you read Hebrew too, man. You definitely serious about your craft. You definitely the ones that could back up what you're saying, whether you right or wrong. You can show us where it come from. So shout out to brother Reggie, man. Everybody on the panel.
Okay, well, lunch for the month. That's what these haters say, but they're nobodies. And let me see, Rebel to Sounds. Uh, uh, Everything that you say about me, I wish to you and your family, right? To your children, to your children's children. Anything that you say nasty to me, I wish to your whole family, because people go out of their way to say disrespectful things for no reason. And guess what? I hope it follows your family, because you're accountable. So, with that said, keep supporting Black News 102 sa.neter Studios. I hope I did a fair job tonight. Watch Rhetoric Frontier tomorrow. What else is going on? Morpheus may be getting up a show soon on the roundtable. He might do it himself, or he may do a group show, whatever. So I want to put on some one of sa.neter's greatest hits, whether you agree with it or not. Um, it's let me just see. sa.neter be banging on the on religion. So I want to find something. This is for my no. See, the Hebrews and Christians are doing a good job. So I hate to do this. Let me see what sa.neter got a song that says sa.neter. So let's just play sa.neter song. What's going on? I'm trying to play it. Okay.
sa.neter. If you're looking for some proof, just ask sa.neter. If you're looking for a fight, you can't beat sa.neter. If you're looking for what's right, you will see sa.neter. Supreme of the house of consciousness. sa.neter. The king of the house of consciousness. sa.neter is the key of the house of consciousness. Well, sa.neter there will be.
Okay, I never heard that one. I'll play this one.
The infamous. Yeah. House of Consciousness. Salute the architect. Brother sa.neter. If knowledge got a home, you know where it's at. Let's go! Let's go.
King of consciousness.
Put respect on the name, built the platform for the culture.
Change the whole game.
Different views, different paths.
Everybody got a lane.
When it's time to build the people,
sa.neter leads the way. King of consciousness.
We appreciate the work, gave a voice to the unheard.
Put the teachings first.
From the elders to the youth,
helping all of us learn.
House of Consciousness forever.
Watch the wisdom return.
Before the algorithms, before the trends and hype, he was putting scholars on and bringing truth to light. Opened up the microphone, let the people speak. 7 days a week, dropping jewels for the streets. He gave a host of worldwide fans with diverse minds, from Professor Small to Brother Easy Band. Zion Lex on the screen, bringing knowledge and facts. Brother Reggie in the building, always ready to rap. Bunk West brought scientific concepts with a different perspective, making viewers think deeper, asking critical questions. Pastor Bennett with the scriptures, bringing faith to the table. Captain Taz debating, always willing and able. Nat Paul teaching lessons, giving people direction. Shaka bringing knowledge and aggression. But the Jabari dropping African history, building a stronger connection. The list goes on.
That's a fact.
No exaggeration.
He helped introduce great minds
to an entire generation.
King of consciousness.
Put respect on the name.
Built the platform for the culture. Changed the whole game.
Different views, different paths.
Everybody got a lane.
When it's time to build the people,
sa.neter lead the way. King of consciousness.
We appreciate the work.
Gave a voice to the unheard.
Put the teachers first. From the elders to the youth,
helping all of us learn.
House of Consciousness forever.
Watch the wisdom return.
Some got big followings, some became a star, some were neighborhood legends, some were known from afar, some were elders with wisdom that the youth never knew. Without this platform, many names would have slipped through. He gave space to the Christians, gave space to the Kemetics, Hebrew Israelites, atheists and academics, Pan-African voices, revolutionaries too. Different ideologies, but everybody came through. That's the beauty of the mission, that's the reason it survived. You ain't gotta agree to have a seat and go live. Economic liberation, mental freedom in the air, teaching self-determination, putting black power everywhere.
Some came for the debates, some came for the history, some came for the culture, some came for the mystery.
But everybody learned something.
Hey.
Everybody got a chance.
Hi.
House of Consciousness.
Help the people lead faith.
Yeah. What? Whether conscious or religious, whether skeptic or believer, whether scholar or beginner, whether teacher or achiever, he gave room for the dialogue, room for growth and reflection, room for disagreement without destroying our connection. That's rare today in a world full of division. Everybody wants an echo if you tackle the real mission. So salute the contribution, salute the decades invested, building the greatest archive the community's ever been blessed with. Many channels came later, many platforms took notes,
but the House of Consciousness
keeps the movement afloat.
King of consciousness.
put respect on the name.
Built a platform for the culture, changed the whole game.
Different views, different paths.
Everybody got a lane.
When it's time to build the people,
sa.neter lead the way. King of consciousness.
We appreciate the work.
Gave a voice to the unheard.
Put the teachers first. From the elders to the youth,
he helped all of us learn.
House of Consciousness forever.
Let the wisdom return.
House of Consciousness. A place where ideas meet. A place where voices grow. Salute, brother. From your brother, the infamous
DMG.
Let's go.